Yeah, all right. Had to check my sound. All right, so we're starting up this morning. I think I got everything rolling now. All right, microphones, camera, computers rolling. What's up, everybody? You know what I'm saying? Just the behind the scenes of the behind the scenes. Since you're not here to like be the production team, you know. Ah, so we left off yesterday in Proverbs, and I think we did chapters 15 and 16.
Yes.
All right. So we're picking up today with chapter 17. So in chapters 15 and 16, you learned there is divination on the lips of a king, right? And I know you got problems with it, especially if you read the law. You're not supposed to practice divination, Art. Yeah, I'm not supposed to practice the world's divination. I'm not supposed to be practicing the divination of idol worship given to other nations. I am supposed to practice what the Most High told me to practice, right? This word divination is the word magic, right? Right. If you talk to my teacher or any scholars, they will tell you there's big magic in the world. There is magic. It's not that it doesn't work. It's not saying the magic don't work, the magic don't exist. It's telling you it is. Now, for you to be successful, this is the one assigned to you. Huh? Huh? What you talking about? Right. So we have our own practice, right? Assigned to us by the Most High that He has given us to function with. But you don't want to function with what's assigned to you. You are marveling over what somebody else is doing. And it's not to your benefit. So, setting all foolishness aside, you're going to learn the truth. This is why I said what I said yesterday about Solomon's seal, right? Solomon his seal, right? The birthright that's to pass down. He was the last king to rule over the entire nation of Israel unified. And his instruction is to the king that is to unify Israel in the end. Because once we are united, we will rule the earth in its entirety. And I don't care what anybody else is doing. They got their own problems. My job is to grow and develop. And I don't have anything to enforce you to do righteously. Nothing. Whereby I need a miracle. Right? I don't have anyone to come and kill all the adulterers. I don't have anyone to kill all of the false teachers, right? Like Elijah did. I don't have anyone to destroy all the ill-gotten and illegitimate children that you have all birthed around the world. I don't have that. There's nobody I can send. Or is there? You see, me reading this to you is lining you up for what the Most High has promised. Do these things, and I'll pour out my wrath on them being the house of Israel and the house of Judah, and I will make them come in, because the only place safe from my wrath will be under your teaching and under your instruction. Now instruct them to do this. So the Most High is now governing both sides of the board. I don't have a freedom card. I have to do what's written, and you're not getting a freedom card either. You have to do what is written for me to tell you in the ordering that it's written for me to tell you. So you're going to get this divination. You're going to get it. And you're not going to like it. You're not going to like it when your fathers, your husbands, your sons, your boyfriends, your whatevers die. You're not going to like it. Okay? You're not going to like it. You're not going to like when you get here and you're really going to have to deal with your issues before you choose a husband. You're not going to like it. And for the men that do come, you're not going to like it that you don't really have a say-so over who marries you. You either accept it or you don't. And if you don't accept it, you'll lose your inheritance. And I'm talking to my people, by the way. The rest of you, I could give two craps about. Right? And you're saying, that don't sound all loving. You're right. It don't sound all loving. I love those who love me, and none of you have expressed any love for me or my father's house in any way. As a matter of fact, you're probably watching this thinking, this guy's full of crap, but don't worry, give it a few months. Give it a few months and you'll see, right? Because when I'm done here, this goes smooth off. You can go check my social media accounts. I don't really post that much or that often. This will go smooth off. And what will you do? Right? The war is now escalating. There's greater and greater provocations. It's not de-escalating. They're not slapping high fives and talking and jesting and everybody's making money. No, they're sanctioning and cutting each other off, and one is trying to subdue the other by cutting off his ties and access to the other nations. This is the problem. So when the war comes, just remember, they may be fighting against each other, but the backlash is you're going to die being in the way. Okay? That's what's going to happen to you, House of Judah, scattered all over the four corners. It's going to come to you first. So, that being said, you guys are going to learn about this divination. It don't have to work fast. It just has to work. Right? It's not a genie. It doesn't have to work fast. It just has to work. Okay? So we're getting ready to go into chapter 17. Hold on, let me get my computer going. It's doing its little thing. Okay? All right. Computer's loading up, getting started. Let's go. Let's jump right in with chapter 17.
Better is dry bread and tranquility with it than a house full of quarrelsome feasts.
So it's better to eat dry bread alone than to be in the midst of hot-tempered, arguing, fighting, quarrelsome, bitterness at a festive feast, right? I like to think of this like, you know, those embittered Thanksgiving dinners. You know what I'm saying? Where Uncle Molester comes over, and now all the nieces he's molested on get together, and they there's a big argument and fight and nobody can get along and they know he got an issue and nobody wants any justice for him or anything, or yeah, it's like one of those, you know, or the uncle brings over the quote unquote home wrecking woman now because they together, and then the wife show up with the kids, and there's all this tension in the room and all this backbiting and talking behind each other's backs about who right and who wrong and who did what. You might as well just stay at home. And if you gotta have a piece of toast, put a little jelly on that and called it a night. You know what I'm saying? It's better. Right? So what is this instruction to me? That's the explanation. What's the instruction? Separate yourself. Separate yourself, and it's better to go without than to have all of this stuff and be part of the end, right? You're with your people, but they're all full of quarreling and contention. Separate yourself out from among them and be separate. To walk in my instruction and have tranquility. You need tranquility to meditate in my law. You need quiet. If you don't know me, you find people who know me, people who came out and needed a place to stay and they stayed with me. My house is quiet, almost disturbingly quiet, right? For most people, it's unsettling. There's nothing going on. The TV ain't on. It's just silence, right? I'll do my study. I'll exercise. I'll take a nap. It is, but where it's solitude, right? I retired in my room and I just don't discuss anything. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I may be meditating on something. I may be resting. I can be doing a lot of things, but I'm just not always engaging. I don't require it. Right? If I'm not engaging, then I don't have to correct all the time. I don't have to chastise, because in truth, any person that comes here, they're going to be constantly making mistakes. And in truth, I set them up. I tell them, listen, here we live by this law. These are our books. And it's like this. If you're going to judge me by this book, and I give them a copy. Feel free to read it and make sure that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But that's a snare. That's a trick. It's a trap. Because I have been doing that since I got the book 7 years ago. 7 years ago, when I got the book, I started refining myself to it. So how can somebody who just arrived today judge me by the book? And, some do. They believe themselves to be superior in the application of the law than me. And they all get caught. You know what I'm saying? They all get caught. They'll tell me I'm doing something wrong. I'll tell them this is what it says to do when we in this situation, break down the scriptures, and they be like, oh, yeah, you're right. Then when I catch them doing something wrong, they are without excuse. And I catch them on the most basic. Okay? You know, on the Shabbat, you're not allowed to go outside of your gate 4 meters, right? 12 feet. They go out and they taking laps around the block. And I was like, I'll ask, did you know this? Because it will happen that somebody will not know. Now, you're allowed to go to the place of prayer. You know what I'm saying? You're allowed to walk to the place of prayer, and it should be nearby if you are encamped.
Mhm.
Or you go to the nearest priest. He should be nearby. Okay? And you can pray with him. The place of prayer should be nearby. You're allowed to go there. That's not an issue. If somebody is journeying to the place of prayer and they need help, you have to help them. Right? But for your own leisure,
Mhm.
you're not allowed to go 12 feet from the house. On any side. I don't care where the door is. You're not allowed to go 12 feet from the gate. And you catch them. 12 feet is like crossing the street. What are you doing? Did you know that this is what is supposed to be? I am the head of the community. I am leading the prayer. Okay? Until I install the priesthood and its services, it's on me.
Mhm.
Just prayer. It's on me. So why are you going over there?
Mhm.
I need a little Shabbat exercise. That's not what you commanded to do.
Mhm.
Okay? If you wanted to take a walk, you can walk up and down the steps.
Mhm.
But remember, you're only allowed 2,000 steps total on Shabbat until the sun goes down. Then it's canceled, it's negated. Remember, you were tired from all the work you did.
Mhm.
And I'll catch him. This is a rule you can keep, and there is no instruction to do otherwise in a different situation.
Mhm.
And they can't keep it. Or they don't keep it.
Or they have their own beliefs.
No, then they raise up their idol.
Yeah.
That's your own beliefs are an idol. Just forget about it.
Mhm.
And the thing is, they'll tell you about how it was in captivity and how they functioned. And I'll tell them, yeah, that's great. You're not in captivity. That's not over here. In captivity, you have to go to work on the Shabbat. You didn't know the Shabbat was on a Wednesday. Sometimes.
Right. Sometimes. Yeah, they changes. Yeah.
Right? Because we don't have, in the law, there's no predication from Monday to Sunday.
Mhm.
There's no predication for it. There's no standard of this. So it doesn't exist.
Mhm.
The seventh day is the day of rest. The 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th. New moon feast doesn't count. I know I done said something that they done missed. They didn't catch it yet.
They did.
So the day of rest, or the day of showing the sign of the covenant, the Sabt, right, was the seventh day. Moving on.
An intelligent servant shall have authority over a degenerate son. And among
Hold on. So this is the first part of this judgment. The one who comes and serves, right? So we're all coming to serve, including myself. I'm providing a service To you, you're providing a service. To me, we are providing a service to our brethren. Then our brethren come, they join the service to provide the service to the other brethren. Once the nation is united, we provide a service to the nation in exchange for their wealth. And this is the service of the Most High's member. This is the instructed service to have. Okay? Growing food, providing food, teaching the nations our cultures, and traditions, that they may practice it when they go back to their land and their countries. Anyone who fails to do so will receive the punishment of Allah in their country. So, those who come to serve will be appointed if they show intelligence, not if they show disloyalty, contention, debating. These are not signs of intelligence. Right? Contention, right? Arguing, debating, it's not a sign of intelligence. Okay? Our sign of intelligence is understanding. We don't practice vain philosophy. There's a difference. So, to all the degenerate sons, the ones who don't want to participate at this time, you can name all the camps. You can look at your son. You can look at your man. You can look at your father, your grandfather, all that didn't build this. They're all degenerate sons. Many falls have passed by and they have not sought or given or worked for or desired to do this work. They want someone else to do it for them, build it to completeness, and then you come marching in. Oh, we saints, we coming on in for the good life. We have arrived. That's what you want. So let's just see. So since I came and exercised intelligence, I don't debate nobody, and nobody can debate me on the book because I'm revealing it to you because you didn't want to pay for it. So, as coming in as the son of understanding what was what, doing what was necessary, that's the exercise of wisdom. Now I have gained wisdom, filled my heart with it over 7 years. It took 7 years to fill it up. Now this appointment comes. So now I am a sheikh. I am a wise man. One of the youngest, I might say. You know, most of the sheikhs are more senior than me. I was the youngest in Segev. I'm the youngest here in Jordan, but I am the sheikh all the same. And let's see what this law further stipulates, because now that I've been appointed and Ali has been appointed, he came out. Ali's older than me, but yet he's under my authority as per the laws, commands, and judgments. Continue.
And among the brothers, he will share the inheritance.
So this is the purpose of putting the intelligent son in. So he has to use his inheritance, which I have. I have an inheritance, a birthright. And I use my birthright to gain all back the land and then divide it, share it among my brethren. Share it. So I get one and I bring everybody in. This ain't the end. We get more and we divide out and we share out and we split out. And that there comes a point to once we have everyone in and I've gained all of my full portion, all of Jerusalem, that then I am to divide it and give each tribe the portions of land that was promised to them. Because you can't divide what you haven't collected. Right? And I don't give this one first Then all of a sudden, he elevate, well, we got ours. And now he don't want to work toward the others. No, no, no. Everybody's getting the division at the same time. Until then, we continue working for the sake of our brethren. But Moses did it, you're right. Moses did it the other way, and it didn't work out for the perfecting of the nation. You see?
Yeah.
Moses did it the other way. Now they still send forth their armies, but you don't have one.
Right. We're not in the same.
You're not in the same position.
Right.
So till we have one, and you have one to send, and you won't have one until I develop it. It must be developed. And the foundation of any fighting force is food. No food, no fight. And we'll be back right after this. Okay, so we're back. So a person is never anointed or appointed to have any position of authority without showing intelligence. It is not the oil that anoints the person. It's not the oil. The person anoints themselves in righteousness. It was their obedience to the law first. That's the path of justice. The obedience to the law and to the instruction, the steps. Right? So you have the law, the path of justice, and within it, the steps, the path of righteousness. So if you're a step skipper, you lack righteousness. You skip steps. If you're a step skipper, right? If you have ambition to get to the top, you want this high position so you can have whatever it is you think you're going to get out of it. And you don't go through the process diligently and faithfully with loyalty and with integrity, you're a step skipper. And if you're a step skipper, you will not be anointed because you lack righteousness. You see? You want to skip steps. No step skipping. So I got here because there is a number of righteous deeds that needed to be accomplished. And I set out to accomplish them. And I accomplished them. Right? I have from the court a signed and sealed stamped birthright of an indigenous Bedouin to this land. So I have the right to inherit, and I have the right to buy back. You understand? Or you don't? So in coming out, you're instructed to buy back the land. You can only buy back the land from an inheritor, because the Most High says, I have given you an inheritor, right? I have a son. I have taught him the customs and traditions. I have led him in the instruction of the law. He will be accepted by his enemies in the land. He will have peace with them. Which means he doesn't have enemies in the land. You see what I'm saying?
Isn't that something how here they love you, they respect you, they see without you even saying anything, your deeds, good deeds. and desire to see you complete and accomplish that which they see in you.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it comes to your own, they want to call you a scammer.
Well,
They wanna
because
lie.
my own people, all they have is the imagination and the movies from the Nephilims,
So they,
from the Babylonian, the Chaldeans, the Hasidi, the Jewish. You have their image of an idol of how they depict it's supposed to be from their imagination. And then my brothers and sisters modified this. They modified Christianity. They modified Judaism to just supersede their enemy who they live with, right? To try to supersede them and be better at the idolatry that they created. Right? Let me tell y'all something. Israelites have a bad name
yeah,
in Jordan.
yes, very much so.
A bad name.
Yes,
Okay? It's a curse here.
yes.
You come here, claim Israelite, you're going to have a problem.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You can ask my sister, because
Yeah.
I can't tell you because I wasn't here. But
Oh, yeah.
I have heard from numerous eyewitnesses
Yep.
about the mistreatment, the degradation, right? And arrests and deportations, the arguments, the fights, and the bitterness that they have against Hebrew Israelites.
And what the Hebrew Israelites has for the people here.
And they're at odds.
Yep.
Right? So they come out with this broken understanding, and they come out and they cause all of this havoc, and they have this
entitlement,
this haughtiness,
yep.
And the people here reject them, and they are unable to dwell peacefully.
Yep.
Now,
yeah.
Now, I don't go out looking for them.
Nope.
I'm not going out to fix them either.
Nope.
Because they were foolish in their efforts. And they think they are right in their way. So I leave them. The same way I leave you where you are. It's the same. I leave them. I say what I got to say, what the Most High tells me to say here, and I move on. Because I'm not even reporting to you. I'm saying what I have to say because I'm saying it before the face of the Most High, because it is lawful and it is right. And I'm doing it to show my righteousness unto Allah. And my reward continues when the camera goes off. You understand?
Yes, sir.
My reward continues when the camera goes off. I get what I'm supposed to get for doing what I'm supposed to do, and I just continue to proceed from one step to the next step. Wherever the path goes. I don't complain, I just go with it. So they have a bad name here. Do I have that problem?
Nope.
Nope. Why? My understanding is whole and complete. I don't have a half an understanding. I don't identify as a Hebrew Israelite because it is improper. Hebrew Israelite is actually a Chaldean phrase. It has nothing to do with the text. You forget that you're reading a translation. And in reading a translation, you have to reverse translate it from the customs and the traditional way. So where it says Hebrew, it is Shami or Hashemite. Hashemite. Hebrew is actually Hashemite. Don't go back and tell me about Eber Don't tell me about Ibri. Don't tell me about Obara. Don't tell. It's actually Hashemite. Lot is a Hashemite. Abraham, his uncle, is Hashemite because Lot's father is Abraham's brother, the Hashemite.
But you know,
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm not done.
oh,
So now you get this translation, right? That this whole point of being called Israel, because Jacob's name changed, that is only given to Ephraim. That was given to Ephraim. So Ephraim carries the name the Beta Israel. That is Ephraim. So when you go down to Ethiopia and you go see Beta Israel, the Most High said, don't go there with their idolatry. But you want to do what you want to do. Right? This is what's going on. He said, don't go there. That's idolatrous over there. Leave the house of Israel alone. Okay? So, what are you supposed to be called? So now when I tell my sister, it is this and this and this and this, and you are allowed to go around and use this identification. You don't have to hide where you're from. You come from America. You dress like this. You move like this. When they ask you, you family, you say you from this family. And watch the response. No lies told. They don't rejoice when you give them the proper address.
yes, they do rejoice. They celebrate.
Oh, they help you.
Yeah.
They tell you, oh, you land was from here unto here, and if you want, you can to buy, and we help you, we make good money, and we do business together.
Or they'll tell you, oh, the ones look like you.
You over here, and they over there. They give you all the information. They unlock the land to you.
Yeah.
In the ways you could never get from the book, in the ways you will never get from the Jewish or the white people who go around digging up graves trying to find your treasure and your history to rob you. But you don't want to work with the inheritor of the land yet, right? You need more proof. And the only proof you really want is, let me see the destruction that you promised. Then I'll listen. So be it. Those who don't want to see the destruction, that don't want to be in it, you want to watch it from far, contact Ali and give. And those who want to be in it, or contact or find me in the destruction, and you want to get out, I'll leave you now with this one door of opportunity. Contact Ali to get out. One stream like this. Find the videos, find the links, contact Ali to get out. This will be the stream that leads you out of captivity, because you need repentance to get in. And you're not going to bring your culture here. You're not going to bring your way of doing things here. You're not going to bring your idols here. You're not going to bring your ideas here. So now that I told you these four things, which are the four pillars that keep you where you are, they are the gates of your prison. Continue. Because I'm exercising my authority over you. It's not a question. Listen, you know King Charles, he get the coronation, right?
Sure did.
And he's on the news and they do all of this big ceremony for him and he have many, many people. You know, I was on TV when they revealed where I come from, how I come back, how I become a sheikh, that I'm Rabbi Sheikh, I'm on the news too. You don't pay attention to it. It's even on the page. And shown international. Am I talking? Am I talking truth? Huh? In the peanut gallery in the back. Right? You don't care. What you are looking for is for the wealth. And you don't get the riches without the obedience. So you have to put up first. The Most High did it in reverse with Moses. He gave them the wealth first. He gave them the wealth. They was coming out wealthy. He gave them the wealth first. And in our case, you have to give obedience first. You have to repent first. And the Most High doesn't want to hear, I'm sorry. He needs to see you doing that which is lawful, right, and that which is necessary for your redemption. So I have to do it before I receive the wealth. Period, point blank. No respect of person. You have to do it too. So everybody who comes out must be plundered. Right? That's what the prophecy says.
Yes, sir.
Now there's plundering where you go somewhere and you lose everything and get robbed and scammed up. And then there's two ways to be plundered, where you give up everything for the cause. You give into it, being despoiled, right? Being plundered. Well, I'm giving up all of this from Babylon, but I'm putting it into the land. So you're not losing the wealth. You're just giving it back for redemption. You're paying the redemption price for yourself because the nations will not pay the redemption price for you. They're not going to give you back your land. So you have to buy it back from your own money. They don't want to listen to me.
No,
They don't want to hear what I got to say. It's all right. And all of that is about the share of the inheritance. Right? You need a birthright. You need land. You need order and discipline. All of the sons will have to join the defense force to defend the property. If you don't have any property, you don't need defense force. You see? Let me tell you, I really love small island people. And you say, that's off the subject. No. Let me explain something to you. These people will have a small island, right? Very small. And they just live there and they have their children. And then when they get too many, they find another empty small island and they start to attach a string of islands.
Yes.
Right? The Polynesian islands. This is how they grow. And the islands, they smaller than a state. Very small. But they are refuse to give up their culture, their traditions. They refuse to. They refuse.
Yep.
And I love that about them because Allah has given them that land and given them the culture to live on that land, and they refuse to let it go, so they keep their land. You have another culture entirely, you won't give up the culture and the things from that place to get back your land and your original culture. Right? So you sit there, and the truth is, you envy them. Like right now, right? The Samoans, they are beloved. They doing their dances when they come to the games, and they, right? They are showing their traditional things. And it is beautiful for the Samoans. It's beautiful. It's Samoan. My people, where's yours? I know what it is. I know where it is. I know you need to learn it, and you need to come back and do it with full traditional dress and garb and everything. But you can't let go of the things of Babylon. You are still chained to it in your heart. You hope for it to be better. You hope for the government to go down and get destroyed, but you not. Let me tell you something. When these governments go to war, they insulate and protect the government with the people. The people become a human shield. The population goes to war to protect the government. See that? They don't know the law. So you're going to get it. And all this has to do with the same thing. The same thing.
Yeah.
All of this has to do with the same thing. It all has to deal with the share of the inheritance. So in order to get a share of the inheritance, you have to invest your portion from Babylon. How much of it? All of it. The door to the kingdom comes from the story of Achan in the valley of Achor. It is the only way in. You have to come in and give up. You have to give up the Babylonian things, the Babylonian gold, the Babylonian clothes, fabrics, material. Don't bury it in your tent. Don't harbor it to yourself, to your family. It will lead to your destruction. Right? So some of you don't know what that saying is, the door. The only way to get back into the kingdom, to get back onto your land, is to give up all of that wealth. Send 1/3 when you get here, and we're going to slowly mete out as we need the other 2/3 before the feast day comes, so that when the Most High come to meet us in the next feast day, which is, well, there's one right before, but anyway, we're going to get to the big one for us, the Pesach, where the Most High come to deliver us. We will be free of the Babylonian garment before him on our land, in the place of the sanctuary. See that? You understand? You get it? It makes sense, right? All right. We'll be back right after this. All right, we are back. Oh, so we only got to chapter, verse number 2. We in chapter 17. We have verse number 2. Let's see how long All right, this is a very short, this is shorter than the others, and maybe we can get past it. So, two verses, and it says, for now, remember the context of the entirety of the book is for sons, princes. You have to separate yourself, right? So now, son, my son, sons, the other sons. So if you're coming, separate yourself. If you even think of yourself as a prince, you have to come. And you have to obey, and you have to go through the process bottom up. That's even if you think. So you have to stop debating. You have to stop all this talking. Stop the street preaching. Stop the street teaching. You have to stop. You have to leave, come in, buy back the land, and build up. And this will certify you as who you claim to be, which is a prince or a leader of the house of Judah, within the house of Judah, or within the house of Israel. Facts. And you have to work with the one who have the right of inheritance, which is me. Legally and lawfully. See that? Now I did the lawful thing to obtain what the law said to obtain legally. So I was being lawful when I went to go get this. It is not lawful to go down and ask for reparations because they're not going to pay. You have no means of forcing them, right? Maybe if you were unified enough to shut everything down, right? Arm yourselves and threaten antifada, right? Which is civil unrest. They would give you something, right? Like how the Palestinians do in Israel. When the Israelis become too hard on them, they call for antifada. And they begin destroying property, killing people in the street, no regard. They do this, and then there's a great cry out for peace because the civilian population cannot handle this type of violence. They're not fighting the army. They begin to hit the people that the army is supposed to protect. But you don't have this power. You don't have this organization. You don't have this authority. You are organized under idolatry, and you go around marching yourselves as human bullet cushions, right? That cry out, and you act like your crying out is going to change the situation. It doesn't. Every so many years, they throw you a breadcrumb that you cried about, and then all of a sudden, the whole system changes, and that breadcrumb doesn't even matter anymore.
Yep.
You're slaves and indentured servants, and you don't know. All right, all of that is the first two verses. I need to get through this. Let's keep going.
A clean crucible for silver and a smelting pot for gold.
Okay, so first of all, in order to purify silver, the crucible itself must be clean. Okay? Those of you who don't know about handling metals, okay? So when a metal goes in for refinement, it comes in maybe in a raw form, in a ore form, right? You get iron ore, ingots, silver ore, and it may be mixed with many other properties. Some of you may be familiar with the chemical process, but the traditional way was you would heat it up, they would separate, and you would take the slag off the top. And the crucible itself, you had to flux it and clean it, right? So let me explain what this is talking about. So there is two things, silver and gold, two types of purification processes. Both of them go in the crucible. Okay? So if you remain in the nations, okay, like you wish to do, you will be fired in the crucible. Okay? You will be fired, right? Burned, purified among the nations, and to be driven back to the land. Okay? You still have to learn the things, but you will have seen the wrath, the devastation, and the power of the Most High firsthand. And by a miracle, you would have survived. But when you arrive, you will only be silver. You will be of less value. Okay? Gold is different. Okay? The people who are to make up the gold portion, they come out before and they are purified through the crucible that will be coming to the land. But it's the crucible that is tested through obedience. And they come out gold. Right? See, I'm considered one gold bowl, a prince over Judah. One gold bowl. I came in of my own. I went through the process on my own, of my own free will. Times was good. Okay? Out of all the options, I chose this one and none of the others, and it proved faithful. When it looked like it wasn't going to work, I stayed. When it did work, I rejoiced. Because it looks like it's not going to work sometimes. I stayed faithful. Now, on the other side, Ali went through the same process. He became the gold bowl, the prince of the house of Lawi, of Levi. Right? And you'll say, why do you keep saying Lawi? And where did you get this from? Okay? So we have W's and B's. Wah. Okay? Buh. In our dialect, traditionally. Right? So Eve is not Eve, first of all. It's not Hava either. That's Germanic. It's Hawa. Okay? Hawa. She gave all life to the people of this world. She gave birth to the Nephilim, white people, okay? Westerns, right? And again, the reason why I say white people and Western, right, is because there are a very small amount of Nephilim that opt to do righteousness.
Yeah.
Okay?
Very small.
There's a very small, a few Lamechs. Okay? Lamech. A few Lamechs. Okay? They're few, but they're not in power. So it is what it is. There's few. They always seem to find a way to save their life from the judgment. Okay? They are slowly dying off, and they will continue to die off until there's none left. This is the curse that was placed upon the Nephilim, their lives only being extended because of Lamech. And as they give birth, they lose more and more Lamechs. Sons that decide to do righteousness to preserve their lineage. Okay? But they're all white people. Okay? Then Hawa also gave birth to Seth or Abel. Seth is the birthright after Abel was killed. So it went to Seth. And from Seth down to Noah, you get the sons of Noah. But also on the boat was Og. Well, who's Og? Og is one of the sons of Lamech. And they spread out again all over the northern region. Same thing, okay? So when you look out today, the sons of Noah were pushed southward, having darker skin, and the Nephilims pushed their way across the northern region, having whiter skin, not able to take the heat so well. The sun kills them. They don't have any shielding. Okay? So, Hawa. So you'll see me say the W from Hava is actually Wa, which is Hawa. Okay? The same thing with Levi. It's not Levi. And the word L, you get La, right? No, La, right? And then we, Al-Lawi, the joiner, the joiner. Lawi, join. Al, the joining, the joiner. This is a person. Al-Lawi, the house, beit of joining. Joining yourself to what? Joining yourself to the covenant. So all of this is about your choice. Those who the Most High sees their heart and they didn't get this information while times were good, they can still become gold. They didn't have the opportunity, the information didn't get to them because it wasn't shared. It wasn't considered worthy to be viral in entertainment or for educational purposes. Those who get it in the process, they can become gold by making the choice of their own free will. And those who get the information, don't share it, don't walk in it for themselves, your only option is to hope to become silver, to hope that you survive the wrath of the Most High. Right? Now remember, I'm telling you this because not doing it while you can, while times are good, is refusal. And when Pharaoh refused the word of the Most High, there is a price to pay. When Lot refused the word of the Most High, there was a price to pay. You can tell the Most High no, but you will pay the price. Period. So continue.
But Allah tests hearts.
So he tests all the hearts. So you can refuse, you can accept. This is the testing of your heart. I am calling for all those who truly love him and wish to live the law in the land under his eye, under his intense and close watchful gaze in the land of the living. However, if you think you're going to heaven, go. There's no problem. Keep doing what you're doing. You're going straight. Not to heaven, to the grave. And maybe you go to the next level from the grave. You go down to Gehenna, to hell, to get fire. but you will not see heaven. You cannot see heaven in disobedience to the lifestyle and the instructions in the book. I don't care. You don't like me, don't like me. Continue.
A bad man listens to perverse lips. Deceit and cunning are on the perverse tongue.
Okay. So who's the bad man in this? You. See, you want to judge me. Now I'm judging you. You listen to people who are not conducting flights here, who are not helping to absorb the money to give it here for the buying back of your nation, right? We're buying back to live amongst our brethren, right? We are Itzaki, the sons of Isaac, to live back with the Ishmaeli, our brother. We are by covenant to live with them commingled together, which is to be Arabized, right? Yatharb. Yeah? Ya Arab. Okay? Ya Arabi. Got it? Ya Arabi. If I was to say it with the Arabic dialect. Okay? It's Yatharb if I say it in our dialect. But they would say Ya Arabi. Okay? The one I mix with, right? Mixed, mingled, together, brethren. Ya Arabit. Right? Like if I want to say my friend, I say Ya Sadiq. Ya Sadiq, I don't know his name, my friend. Ya Sadiq. Ya Allah, my God. Ya is my. All right. So now you know a bad man. He is always listening to deceit. Now you see why I just stay off social media. There's so much deception up there. Why listen to it? The whole world is perverse. It's full of deceitful lips. Everybody is propagating lies and agendas and everything. It's deceitful. My lips meditate on righteousness and truth, and I'm telling you, you have to do it this way. There's nothing else. Yeah, am I bugging? No, okay, I'm just checking. Right? And the cunning are on the perverse tongue. They are cunningly giving you information, making it sound good, making it sound like palatable to you, knowing that you just want an easy deliverance. You want to get out the easiest way possible without giving up everything. So the one that says, you don't have to do that, we could all just chip in $100 and build this church, and the Most High will bless us in our own separate lives in secret, and you buy into that, you are dumb. You're stupid.
Stupid.
No, you're dumb too, because you don't speak out against it. You're dumb. You don't speak out against it. Your hips tingle with it. You join in and you say, yeah, this is the right way. And then there's no deliverance yet for you either.
And then that which they speak against, they still partaking in it by still being there in it.
Because you being dumb, being silent about the deceit that is there in front of you. Wishing and hoping for it to be correct, you are in agreement with it. Silence is yes. So yes is yes, silence is yes. Only no is no.
And then them exposing the wrong, they feel like they're the prophet. Oh my goodness, boy, oh boy, there's some work gotta be done. These your people.
All right, next sentence.
He who derides the poor blasphemes his creator.
Okay, so let's talk about this. The person that laughs at, this is to deride, to laugh at, to speak of, to write about dismissively or contemptuously, to mock or ridicule, to scoff or jeer at. So, if a man is poor and a woman despises him, derides him, speaks against him, says something about him that why he is not deserving of her because he is poor, she has made mockery of the Most High. Okay? So let's take the red pill, the pink pill, the blue pill, and whenever you're talking about whether somebody is rich or poor, right? They don't deserve this because they don't have it. That's haughtiness because you are mocking the Most High talking about a poor person. It's not whether or not a person is rich or poor. It is lawful or unlawful. The money doesn't matter because the rich man in coming here will become the poor man because he has to give up all his wealth. And the poor man who comes here will work, but will become rich. So long as he keeps the law, it's about who keeps it. Everybody have to give all they have. You will give all you have in work, or you're going to give all you have in riches. Either way, you're going to give all. And everybody's going to work.
Wow.
So you blaspheme the Creator in talking about the poor man. See, I'm poor. I give all I have to this. I don't have no money for nothing else. My money is not for going into the street. My money not for impressing the neighbors. I buy silver, I buy gold, I hide it, I preserve it, I keep it for when the Most High call for it to do what he want with it. Right? I got the silver for the silver trumpets. I got this for this. This is what it is. Right? You know, I'm not changing nothing, am I? No, I'm not changing nothing. It is what it is.
Yeah. And he who rejoices at the destruction of his neighbor will not go unpunished.
Okay. So he who rejoices at the destruction of his neighbor will not go unpunished. Right? It's not a time for hip hop hooray when people are being destroyed. But you said a few videos ago, you will mock and scoff at us. No, I'm scoffing at you because you're calling me. Yo, I had watched the video like 6 months ago, and at that time, I ain't have much, and this, that, and the third, and now this is happening, and I want to get out. You didn't work on it 6 months ago. You didn't contact me the moment you saw it to start making your way. You didn't contact the high priest then. You decide to go on your own path. And now that you see the destruction that I was talking about, all of a sudden, you want to call because you think I have the power to stop the wrath of the Most High. You know what's the difference between me and Musa? Musa from the house of Levi. They're supposed to stay the wrath of the Most High from breaking out on the people, to give the people mercy and time to get themselves together.
Yeah, that's right.
The Most High always destroy first. If he has to come down, the only thing he's coming to do is destroy. It's our job as the maintenance of the planet, right?
Yes.
To fix it and keep it in order.
All shining.
You're gonna learn. If he come down, he's only coming down to destroy everything except for what he has set in order. Everything else getting destroyed. So now you want to go and say, oh, I'm scoffing at you. I'm scoffing at you because you didn't move in a timely manner. You were a sluggard.
Like,
Okay?
like them now. Won't do anything now.
You were a sluggard. Now the wrath is getting ready to come out upon you. You didn't move when you saw it coming. You could see the war coming now. Go get RT News and see what the Russians is talking about. Forget about what the country you in is talking about. See what the enemy is talking about and see if it is suitable for you to remain. See what they translated into English for you. They tell you what they're going to do on their side. But you don't want to listen. And we here on chapter 17, and I got, another 15, 14 more chapters to go. And I'm pushing so that you guys can get this information and I can get to work. We'll be back right after this. All right, we're back. All right. So those who laugh at the destruction of their neighbor will not go unpunished. So right now, let's take this into effect, right? So you, House of Judah, House of Israel, you are out there among the nations, and you see the wrath of the Most High coming against the nations. How do you think you're going to go unpunished? Your neighbors. You have yet to come into your father's house in your father's land. You are neighbors with them. You live in their culture. You live in their society. You live in their way. You dress like them. You act like them. You look like them. You are together. They naked. You naked. They dressing sexy, taking sexy pictures all over the internet. You there in the same country with them doing the same thing. So how are you going to go? How will you go unpunished? Oh, well, he's only going to kill the Sharmutas. He ain't going to kill me. I'm keeping the laws. Keeping the laws in the wrong location is an abomination. If you don't believe me, try it. You cannot go unpunished. Well, how are we supposed to know you an inheritor? Why don't you come out and help us inherit? Possess the land, buy it, and see how you never let it go. It will continually pass down from generation to generation.
Hearing you say what they be thinking and saying, it's like, wow, this is real. It's like,
Let's continue.
The crown of the age is grandchildren, and the glory of children is their fathers.
So this is about connecting the two generations. We have to skip over the generation of the wickedness. Okay? The rebellious fathers, the wicked fathers, right, have rebelled, and they taught their children the rebellion, the idolatrous worship, and the living out among the nations, and not to return back to the land. Right? So, because your father fell into this snare, you get into this condition. We have to skip that generation, right? And the Most High punishes the rebellious children He didn't say the repentant children.
No, the
He
rebellion.
says, I only punish the rebellious children, which means those that repent, that return, that's the word, that return to their father's house according to the proper order and statutes. That's repentance. You left because you were out of order, and you can return when you decide to follow the order again. Okay? So it begins with the house of David. Hi, I'm here. Nice to meet you. And he will gain the inheritance right. And those that join with him will prepare for the others and redeem them to help gather them out of the places of their captivities. Right? So this is connecting. You don't want to listen to me. You're still in rebellion. You remain where you are. You continue doing what you're doing, hoping for a change. And you're praying that the Most High changes the hearts of your enemies who are overlords over you. And your wicked leadership who is actually just helping to keep you there so they can prosper and profit. They want their turn at the top. They want their turn with the riches. You cannot do that way. So they're going to return this way. This is the only way. This is why the connection is made. So now the crown of glory from the grandchildren is our father. So for me, the crown of glory is Solomon. The birthright, the rulership, everything must, and forever connect to him. I must do it his way. And he is saying, my glory is my son who accepts my judgment and walks in it. One. Okay? You know who's not the son of Solomon that he's talking about? All of you. All of you. Because you're all doing it outside of this instruction. Every son of David I have ever met, they all claim from various things, and I believe them. They are 100% correct. They are sons of David. You know what they all do? They all do it the wrong way. They do it in the wrong country. They do it with their own plan. They use the wrong divination. They make judgments that the Most High didn't tell them to make. The Most High didn't speak to none of them. Well, how can you say the Most High didn't speak to none of them and he's talking to you? Because every time the Most High has spoken to me, it's right here, writing in the book. He's not talking to me. I have letters from my fathers that I must obey. The glory of the grandchildren is their fathers. So I have letters and I obey the letters to the letter, literally. So while you were out there trying to show your grand wisdom and figuring out a puzzle, there was no puzzle. That was the whole point. You come back, you get this language. My English is just as broken as is written here. How my father says it, how it was translated, that's now how I speak it. You know my teacher, he speak broken English too because English is not his first language. Okay? His first language is the Holy Tongue. He talked the exact way it is written from the angels. And now when he talks English, it sounds like you're reading out of this book. So I gained his English, having to talk to him for so many years, every day. So now we have good communication. I understand him, he understands me, and we able to move forward together. You cannot go outside of this. You cannot. So, all of you wicked sons, and you say, well, where's the proof? Don't worry about it. Give it a few months. I have been working on this for years, for this day, this final time to actually say this. Give it a few months. You're going to see now. Continue.
Too much talk does not suit a stupid man.
So since you don't know, it's good that you don't talk. Right? My comment section stays pretty quiet. Too much talk doesn't suit a stupid man. You have to know that you're stupid. I figured it out a long time ago. I'm stupid. Let me gain my father's intelligence, thereby in obeying what the instructions were left to me, and then how to do things, when, where, why, and gaining my father's intelligence, I will be intelligent in my father's eyes and not my own. So I'm dumb too, but I don't open my mouth because I'm here to gain the answer. I'm not here to tell my father how best to do things in today's day and age. And that's how you know you're talking to a fool. They want to translate, well, in this time they did like this. So in our time, we're going to do this. You can't translate it. They knew the time that we were living in when they were talking by prophecy. You can't do that. But you said the oxen, there's a difference about something as a tool, right? We call a hammer in English a hammer. What's a hammer in Arabic? You know? Anybody here know? Right?
You're ready to look it up, sir. Hammer in Arabic.
What's a hammer in Arabic?
Shakush.
Shakush, that is correct. Right? They call a hammer a shakush. So a shakush is something that is used to drive in a nail or to beat something down. Okay? It can be rubber, it can be wood, it can be stone, it can be metal. Doesn't matter the type. It does matter what its job is, what it's supposed to do. So oxen and a cart is the same as a pickup truck. You have an engine, a motor, something to power the vehicle, to pull the cart, the wagon that you fill with goods. It doesn't matter what it is, it's hauling stuff. That is not trying to translate the instruction and make it appear as if, well, if we do this thing this way. No, 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 no. You're not that smart. Like the Most High didn't tell them show them exactly what needed to be shown so that they could say exactly what needed to be said. The Most High don't have to hide a thing. And if he did hide it, only the one the Most High is talking to is going to see it literally. You're just joining the conversation. Because the entirety of the conversation is for the redemption of his people from the evils of today. Y'all don't hear me. Am I talking straight?
Yes, you are. Very straight.
All right. So while I see this as a plain conversation, it testifies of who I am and what I'm to do. So what I'm poor? So what I have a small channel? So what I'm not popular? None of those things matter. What matters is the instruction. As a matter of fact, the fact that I'm small works as a benefit
Right.
to you and to me. I am so small, I am under the radar, right? Like the ants living under the house, like the spider in a forgotten storage space. I'm so small, I'm forgotten about. You don't know I'm here, and you don't really care. As long as I don't stick my head out and make myself known by not separating myself, right? Doing something weird, then I'm fine. See? So it works to your benefit. And everybody who is popular, who is doing it the wrong way, I am glad that they have decided to walk that route because they act as a shield. What? Everybody's looking that way at them. They don't see the exit. Except for the righteous who get this message, this little trickle of a stream of truth.
Nor deceitful talk a ruler.
So don't attempt to use deceitful talk with a ruler, with a king, because the truth of the matter is we are told how to hear what you're actually saying versus what you're trying to allude to. Okay? I'll tell you a story so that you can have understanding. Right? I had a friend, right? And he was dating a girl. And he moved away. And his friend decided he was going to help the girl. Right? She needed some help with something. And it blew up into a very large problem. Some kind of altercation, a big argument. The family got involved. Money was involved. The girl had given money and this. So me and my teacher were called in to judge this case as both of them, the men, were under our rule. They were under our judgment. So we went to the family who we knew and we loved, and we got their side. And everybody is talking according to what they believe to be true, right? But they weren't participants, so they witnesses.
Right.
When we talked to the girl and we asked her the questions and got certain answers, she spoke deceitfully. The family believed what the girl alluded to, right? What she alluded to. You know what alluded means? It means that she's talking in a way, and there is the truth, and then there's a small twist to make it in a slightly different direction to make her appear 100% in the right. So we could see If we in the court, we have a law. No two people come to the courthouse 100% correct. It's not possible. Each one is guilty of some sin. So how do we find it? The one that eludes to 100% innocence, 100% righteousness, they allude to it. There's something wrong here, and there's a twist, and they come out 100% clean. They did nothing wrong. Okay? We talked to the man, and he's telling the business side. He's focused on the business and the numbers and this, and then there's a twist, and he's trying to hide something. Right? And we look, after we get the two sides of the story, me and my teacher go back and sit down, and I say, something stinks here. Some things don't smell right. She's angry with him, right? She's angry with him about something. He don't want her to do certain things. That's one part. He was stopping her from enjoying herself and going in her way. And she was want the money she give him. He is saying this money is part of a legal business transaction, and she failed to pay him for the work and services he provided her, for the work he's done for her in her house. So now we know, okay? We know. So we start to unravel the hidden things in front of the family. And they say, what? How you unravel it? Yeah, okay? We go back and we tell her, well, was there some business agreement? And she was like, yeah, there's a business agreement. I paid him for this, and he said to do this with it, and then he would offset, and there was this offset of this. And he's supposed to do these things for me for helping him to get this thing done. So you helping this man very deep, huh? You give him money, you extend to him all this favor. You don't do that with a plumber, do you? You just, no, but he's my friend and we're very close. Now we talk to him. Does she do all these favors for you? And he said, we'll be back after this.
Yes.
All right.
Anger.
And we back.
Yes.
So picking up where I left off. So we see this gap that they're trying to cover up. So we asked them, because we know that she was with the brother who moved away, right? So we went and we asked them and we said, does he know about this? Because he didn't leave her on bad terms. You know what I'm saying? They were in a relationship, and the families we discussing, we trying to get them prepared and married, and counseling the young man to get him ready to see if he will accept. So while we asked if he knows, and everybody said unanimously, yeah, he knows everything. So we said, okay, we will discuss with him and we will see. So we discuss with him, we leave. We discuss with this unanimous witness who has no dog in the fight. And we collect the questions we want to ask, and we ask him, and he tells us the story, what the agreement was supposed to be, how things worked out. Then we tell him all the extra stuff
That he did not know.
that he doesn't mention from what he has heard, what he knows about. The extras. And we write these things down, and we go, and I tell him, your friend is no good. This woman, she's no good either. You're like, what? Yeah, this the agreement that discussed, and we have what they say. The numbers matched. The only thing they disagreed about was what amount was for.
Ah.
Okay? A slight twist here and a slight twist there is for this, it's for that. Right? This was for a card that he purchased with her help, and he's saying this for painting. She say for the card, this for painting. We get to the witnesses' agreement, this for the card. Right? And this for painting and this for help moving. We check the witnesses' agreement, what he say. This is supposed to be for painting, and moving was not even mentioned. So we now know he's doing all these extra services, and there's this little money and this that you're supposed to get, right? So then we poke the bear. And you say, how we poke the bear? We don't go in and stir up strife for this. I'm using this saying because it's familiar to you. So we look at the money that they say is owed, right? This is the money owed. Okay? We say this is the money owed. And the discrepancy is only about what the payment is for. Okay? He say he don't owe because he did this extra work. Okay? She say he owes because she's angry with him and it was for something that they agreed upon for this card. So we say, no problem. You have to pay because she's making this claim. You only have to pay half. You agree that there is an amount, but you only pay half. And we watch. And she getting angry. And he's getting angry. She's angry because she want for the car that she helped him get. She wants it. Because her thing was either he gives me back the money I helped him for the car, or he give me the car. This her stipulations. His stipulation is, I gave her this money for the car. This is mine. And this money is from painting. And we looking. And he's like, I finished the painting, and now she want to take the card from me because we get into a fight and an altercation. And we looking, and he don't want to pay extra. So now me and my sheikh, we take each one outside separate and discuss with them. Listen, I tell him, listen, we already know you and this girl have some type of intimate relations. And he goes, what are you talking about? Listen, before they come out, because when they talking over there, she's already upset. And when women upset, they don't think rationally. What this woman is going to do is she's going to pour everything out on the table and try to hit you emotionally, because if she feel pain, she wants you to feel the same emotional pain. So before your sexual indiscretion come out and be made known, we're telling you to accept paying this money and we leave from here. Because we know you have sex with this girl behind your friend back. No, 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 we don't do this. All right, we will do this and continue as if you have not. Come back inside, have a seat. No sooner my teacher come back inside, we look over and I'd say, my teacher says, Rabbi Sheikh, what's this man tell you and what we going to do? I says, he don't want to pay because the car agreement is a separate. This money for the work in the house, he don't want to accept. She get angry and her wig goes through the roof and she says, I cannot stand you. You embarrassed me at the party. Party? You're supposed to come get me because the agreement with the card is I help you get the card, I help you get the card, and you're supposed to drive me when I need a ride when there is no taxi, which is a normal agreement because taxi stops here. Okay, people go to bed. So if you go out to a party, you have to have somebody with a card, and they're normally traveling with a group.
Yes.
Right? But he's angry because he's worked that day, and he get back, and he just getting into the good sleep, and now she's calling him from a party at 2:00 in the morning. He don't want her going out the party. Now, he don't want her going out the party.
Oh my goodness.
He don't want her going out the party because of what she's doing with the other men. Now, he's trying to cover this up because he says he's looking out for his friend. But she's livid. She's angry. Tell him to come and pick up the bag of his clothes from my house. So now we looking over here. How are you clothes over at her house? Oh, because of spending the night. You spending the night in this single woman house? Well, I helped her move and I was painting and take a few days. A few days. And then me and my sheikh, we come and he says, stolen water is a sweet. This is what we whisper to each other. Stolen water is a sweet. So he's denying it. Now I take this case study back and I am with the priest and I'm discussing the matter of this case and I say, listen, this is this. And they go, this is wrong and blah, blah, blah. Calm down. It's not the way of judgment. You are not to have any emotion because it's not happened to you. We have to do what we have to do, but we're not doing it because we're angry or because we're upset or because of any emotion. We have to deal with this because the matter, these people have given rise to this occasion and we have no choice. No sense in being upset because Allah has allowed this to happen. He allowed this to happen so we may have judgment.
Yes.
I have a job to do now.
Yes.
This good. Right? It's a practice. So we say, Okay, listen, everybody is getting upset. We don't continue. We come back again and we will meet in 3 days and we discuss this. Meanwhile, me and my teacher, we eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and we discussing the whole matter. And we laugh and we talk about, see, the Satan is always a present. He started off trying to be good friend, but this woman is a lonely. And he's similar to his friend in attitude and character because they were very, very close. My teacher said, women give money 2 places. That's it. That's it. Okay? She give money to her family. Right? She give money to her family, and the family say, okay, we building for the family. She'll give to this.
Yep.
Okay? She give money to her family, right? If they have a family, even if the family have some idol or some belief or religion or community, she give into this for the family. And the only other place a woman give to the man she's sleeping with. Because when she's have sex, in her mind, no matter what they say, this man is my husband.
Yep.
Fornication, adultery, no matter what happened, in a woman's mind, the man she's sleeping with is her husband. This is a law. This is why the man is forbidden from going into the woman without accepting her as a wife. And if this woman already have a husband, it is on the man to reject the adulterous woman. Don't try to come in here and tell me how Islam sees it. That's not appointed to us. We are a higher level. Okay, this Musa level and Prophet Muhammad is down here. He's not the head of Musa. Musa is the first. He's down. Okay? Down here. Okay? So don't tell me about the Islam. I'm telling you, Musa's understanding, Prophet Muhammad understanding was given to the Ishmaeli. There are different rules for the different levels. They have their way. I'm talking from my family's way and our understanding. Right?
Right.
But my sheikh teach me a judgment. The judgment never side with the sharmuta. Nobody give the judgment in favor of the sharmuta in her sharmuta ways. It's the law of judgment. Now you won't find this in Solomon. It's worded differently. My sheikh need to give me the understanding directly. And he says, this, when we come back in 3 days, this no finish. This judgment maybe last 2-3 months because they will not accept judgment from us because she will now run to the Jewish court and seek judgment from them because she's used to the white man oppressing the black man. So she will run to them to get them to change the judgment. But she don't know is that Jewish man don't have no rule
Over here.
in here. He cannot come in here and force nothing. Sure enough,
That's what
we met in 3 days. Our stance on the judgment, it don't change. Listen, we telling you for your own good. You pay half, you accept. And I take him outside. I said, do not embarrass yourself in this court and what we're saying, and it will be well with you. Accept the judgment to pay. Okay? If she getting angry and she don't accept, then let her not accept, and you will stand in the right.
Right. Yes, that's the law.
You accept, fine. If she don't accept the money stay with you.
Right.
But you accepted the judgment, and we go forward in this. He don't want to accept.
Oh.
He don't want to accept. So he has an attitude, but he agrees to the terms in the rule and the moment. But we see he don't really accept. She sees he don't accept. Sure enough, she get angry, she go out, and she's called the police. Next phone call we get. The police have this man in custody. They come into our village and they come in to arrest him. The police cannot take him. So they have a small station and they bring him into the small station in the community. It's like a shipping container made into an office. That's all they allowed to get. And they bring the man in there and they put him in the cage and he's in the house of confinement. They hold him there and they'd ask him, "Who's you, Sheikh?" They don't have my number, but they do have my teacher number on the record. So they call my teacher and my teacher goes in and my teacher goes in and he says, "It's the police. They have a Joseph and the people don't want him to take them. They there and they keeping the police at bay. They're not allowed to take anyone from the village. We must know what the case is and what's the judgment." They call my teacher and I, we go down to this police booth. And we go there, we say what we're going to say, we give surety. We're dealing with this case now for a few weeks. She's angry, she don't accept, so now she's a call you. Release him to us, take this statement, we sign the guarantee, and we go to the courthouse and we deal with this in the Israeli court. We go to deal with this in the Israeli court. He comes out this police station. They get into the courthouse. They don't know we working inside the Israeli court. So the judge comes out and he sees the sheikh there and they discuss what's the settlement for this, what have you decided? So we say, okay, we decide the young man is to pay this amount and the woman receive this and she just go. This is the situation. She's unfaithful to the other man she was with, and they have some kind of relationship going on. It's some kind of sharmuta relationship because she was with the friend before, he's leave, now she's with their friend. And the judge goes, "What? Okay." We go inside, I'll hear the case, I make this same judgment. So now we on the side with the man, and this Israeli and all of these other people on the side with the woman.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have no power over this man. The judgment is ours because he's from our village.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot violate our law.
Law.
Just because you live with the Israelis does not give them power, and we've already decided the judgment in your favor. He's going to pay, and he is free. Okay? We know what this is about. You are angry in your sharmuta way. You want money to punish him. And if you can't get the money, you want to take back the things and give him back his things. Right? Now we tell this to the judge. Sure enough, she bring it up in court. I've brought his things. He can have his things back, and I want the card. And we says, what's the agreement on the card? And we present their statements that they gave in the past and the statement from the witness. There's the agreement on the card. The card is outside of this judgment. The judgment is about this amount. The card's value is above this amount. This is his card. This was the agreement. And we've heard from her side, the mother, this. And we don't have a dog in this fight. We are simply the judges. So we're not lying. Right? We're not lying. Right? They can accuse us of lying, and in that moment, their whole case is thrown out. So the girl's family knows this. They don't make that mistake. So they say, this is the judgment. She says, no, I don't accept. This is why I'm here in this court. And the judge goes to her, you don't accept? She said, no. He says, okay, you don't accept. Case dismissed. She leave
With nothing.
with nothing. He comes out of the courtroom. His countenance has shifted because where he thought the judgment was against him,
Wound up being working for him.
because he accepted, it worked for him. Then he comes back from the courthouse. I don't go to the court. My teacher goes, I don't go to the court. I'm not interested any further. Right? My judgment, I give my teacher the judgment. He take it to the court. My teacher comes back. And you say, why are you not interested? Well, I was actually, and truthfully, I was very interested. But my teacher is teaching me matters of judgment. He's teaching me judgment. Give me the word and I carry it. Right? Because you forbidden from dealing with outside people. Your law.
Lord, that's right.
You
That's what our
you
law
you don't
states.
know how to deal with the outside nations like we do.
Right.
We have a law for dealing with them. This you don't know. Why when you deal with them,
It never works out.
it doesn't work. You must have a buffeter in between.
Right.
Your elder brother must deal with this.
Right.
So this is how I deal with them. I send my judgment and he goes in and he comes back and brings my brother back. My brother goes home. He's very happy, right? Before he go home, he stopped to see me. And I said from the beginning, you can deny anything you want to deny. We will believe what we want to believe. This come upon you because you crossed your brother and touch his woman. I didn't. Even if you did not, it appears this way.
Right.
She come to the courthouse and I have here a bag of your clothes, your underwear, and everything. Everything. For many days. Why do you leave this in this woman's house? Like you're going to return there.
Yeah, marking territory.
It's not appropriate. This single woman, this is why we don't do this.
Yes.
However, you are free now. Go in peace. Right? And like you say, why you let them go in peace? They supposed to get, I know what they're supposed to get. But there's a time appointed for this type of enforcement. And at this time, you just let them go. Let them go. Right? You free, go from here. Knowing that after this education about who's in charge over the city and whose judgment is going to stand, they have a choice to make. You can stay here under the sheikh and be protected, or you can go out under the Jewish, and the next time there'll be no protection for you. They start building a case against you, right? If you keep going out getting the woman who is under the care of the white man in his system, she believes that system, then she will repeatedly go to him until he have you somewhere where we can't get you and then destroy you. But this is why you don't bring deceitful words into a ruler. It's because we can see where the twist is. There's certain laws written about men and about women and their interactions. And we'll be back right after this. All right. And we're back. Okay. So let's see where we are. Chapter 17.
We're going on verse 8 now.
Verse 8.
Yes.
That's as far as we got.
Yes, sir. A stone of bribery is graceful to him who receives it. Wherever he turns is intelligence.
Okay, so now this isn't what it appears to be. So the stone of bribery, right? You can think of it like a milling stone, right? It's a large stone about this thick. It's about that big, okay? A small one. The bigger one you have to attach a donkey or a mule to grind, large flour. So you think of that, and the one who accepts the bribe becomes weighted down by this stone. So it's only graceful, it appears only graceful to the man who accepts the bribe. Now, there's a lot of people who would like to think that asking for this money will get them bribery, a good position in the community. It doesn't work that way. Once we see your judgment is impaired, we are not allowed to appoint you. Right? Your impaired judgment. That's not talking about that you had a drink, but your unlawful judgment will get you removed immediately. Okay? So you can't bribe your way up, which is why people don't give here, because giving, it doesn't merit nothing. They like bribery. So because they like bribery, they think it's graceful to them. That we know that bribery from the law blinds the eyes. Okay? And what happens is he becomes a fool because everything appears to be intelligent. Right? So both the right and the wrong judgment
Brings, yeah.
appears to be intelligent. It appears to be correct. So now you are blind, right? You accept the bribe. Fornication is okay. Now, you accept the bribe. Homosexuality is okay now. You accept the bribe. You accept the bribe. Theft is okay now, so long as you do it this way. Usury is okay as long as you do it this way. And so the American government system is based on bribery. Lobbyists, right, in America pay the government large heaps and large sums of money to the government officials to vote on decisions. And they lobby on both sides. They lobby on the Democratic and the Republican side, thereby ensuring victory.
Right.
Right? You, the fool, you only pick one side and then hope the other side think this is a good idea and think your arguments matter. And the people who are making the actual decisions, they know you have to put money on both sides of the table and then they'll agree. They think it's intelligent.
You know, it's crazy is that you'll have those who unfortunately will think because they give money here, that gives them the foot to be able to dictate what can and cannot be done. And considering that it gives them a sense, as you always say, power.
Right.
And it doesn't give you nothing.
So let's take a look at this. Okay. So verses 7 and 8 are connected.
Yes.
Too much talk does not suit a stupid man. Right? So now you have all of these people talking, all these great talkers, and it doesn't suit them, right? Because they are stupid. They are doing all of this talking, and you're getting none of the solutions. Hence the stupidity. Okay? And the same thing is you cannot know a deceitful ruler. Okay? It doesn't suit a deceitful ruler, one who has unjust judgment, because the results are never that which was promised. Never. You can win the case and still not receive the promised results. Black people don't have equal rights in foreign countries. That's just what it is. We are all in foreign countries, and you have equal rights in none of them. So what do you have to do? You have to take the money that you have gained, get rid of all the excess stuff, sell it off, get rid of it, and take the money that you gained and completely put it back into the earth in your rightful land and govern yourself upon it. Okay? How do we govern ourselves? Well, there's an instruction for how to build a governing body, who to appoint and why, which is why we have a school. So now if you have a bribe, a deceitful ruler, a government built on bribes, you're guilty. You cannot go unpunished for being in those locations. And right now, every government is built on bribery, except this one. It's not built on bribery. It's built on righteousness. We took the righteous steps to get here, and we're taking the righteous steps to go forward. Hence the intelligent discussion for you to come out. See? Works together. We don't have bribery here. And if you're over there participating in that government, you're part of the government, you're part of the system, you know you receive bribes. And you know you bribe the people, right? Right? That cannot be right. That we have the time. I think the timer ran while we were talking off camera.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna reset the clock and we'll be right back. All right. So continue.
He who covers up an offense seeks love, but he who repeats the matter alienates a friend.
All right. The person who is covering up an offense is seeking love. Okay? You did something wrong and you're trying to protect yourself and others. You want love. You did it. You thought it was right. You didn't know. So you're trying to cover it up. You're seeking love. So in this case, there's a judgment and there's mercy applied, giving you the chance to repair the wrong that was done. But the person that does the same mistake 2 times, that's it. It's just 2, right? You're only allowed to make a mistake in a relationship once. If you make the same mistake, right? If you get divorced 2 times, you're just alienating your friends. What does that mean? You are driving them away. You are a wicked person because now the righteous must remove themselves from you. So let's take a look at that, right? If you living in a nation where you have to fight for your rights, how long have you been fighting? It's time for you to alienate yourself. Leave, separate from them. If the people around you are making the same sinful mistakes, alienate yourself. If you're dating, if somebody is dating, get away from them. They're fornicating. They're fornicators. You have to alienate yourself from them. It's a law. I'm only talking to my people, by the way, and of my people, those who wish to walk in righteousness. You have to separate yourself. Is it going to cost you everything? Absolutely. But you can only build righteousness among righteous people who are doing the commanded things at the commanded place where it is commanded to be done. You cannot try to do righteous deeds in an alien place. Okay? The time for that has passed. The Most High's judgment has been revealed because there is righteousness present at the same time. That's what he promised. So the people that you have aligned yourself to or that you are listening to, everybody else aside from this class is trying to put you in a bad situation to destroy you. Everybody's now is pointing to Africa because they know America is about to be utterly demolished. Right? Well, let us go back with people who look similar to us, or let us join the people of the exile there. But only war is going to Africa because everybody's going there. All the melting pots are getting ready to clash. Neighbor against neighbor. Okay? It cannot remain together. The Tower of Babel is falling. Continue.
Urging on enters the mind of someone who understands better than striking a fool with 100 sticks.
Okay, so urging on the mind, okay, to instruct and to encourage righteous deeds, like I'm doing, right? I'm encouraging you to do righteous acts. I'm encouraging you to walk the righteous path before the face of the Most High in the land. So, in encouraging you to do this, right, is better so that you gain understanding and we grow together. It's better than you receiving the punishment. It's better than you being struck with 100 sticks than you getting a beating. So I'm doing this. Both of these options are present.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't accept the urging, the teaching, the book, the instruction, the only thing left is the punishment, the beating, the sword, the famine, the plagues. You can only receive one or the other. It's a choice. This one, my urging, is better. Continue.
A bitter man seeks evil,
Mm-hmm.
and a cruel messenger will be sent against him.
So if a man is bitter,
Mm.
he wants evil, and the Most High sends to that man a cruel messenger to lead him into the evil path that he desires. Right?
Mm. Mm.
That's right.
Mm.
So, Ak, if you so righteous, where's all the righteousness people? Okay, let's the first stop in the Exodus. The first stop is Marad, right? Marah, the place of bitterness, where you have to release your bitterness. And the only way to sift out whether you're bitter or not is whether you listen and give and we build together, or you hold on to your bitterness and you listen to a cruel messenger who leads you into destruction, who leads you into to uh, uh, to act out of your bitterness, to act out of your anger. Now, if you was with us in the last chapter, you find out that a person who is ill-tempered, angry, short-tempered is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if you are bitter, you're going to follow in that bitterness. And the Most High sends you a messenger to lead you in that bitterness, right? What is the end? What's the end game for Dr. Umar Johnson? Self-sustainment in America? Anytime that Black people have achieved self-sustainment within the borders of a foreign nation, a war broke out and they were bombed back into the Stone Age.
Mm.
That's what happened in Philadelphia. That's what happened in Central Park. That's what happened in what was that, Black Wall Street. That's what happens. It is raided, bombed, and destroyed. You're not allowed to do this here. You can't take over our country from within it. Not you. You're not organized. You're not united. Uni meaning having one. Okay? The United States, they have one leader behind the scenes. There is a pharaoh.
Mm.
The United Kingdom, they have one leader behind the scenes. They are united. Just because you don't know who it is and how it is organized does not mean they are not united. Uni is one. So you were given now one leader to unite with, to unite yourself to. However, you have a million other options depending on your level and your type of bitterness. If you're preparing for the shit hit the fan scenario and you're going to go into survival mode and turn into I Am Legend and Mad Max and what's the other little Blade Runner, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, road rage or whatever, and you're waiting for this apocalyptic scene that you can lash out against people, right? You're looking for the Book of Eli. Let me tell you something. All of those are fantasies.
Yep.
It's not how it goes. It's not reality. When apocalyptic times come upon the earth, check throughout history. Nobody survives like that. That's why it's put in science fiction. It is in complete and untruth.
When you ask the question, what somebody might be saying to you, so where the right brother at? You're not over here getting clean. Because he's here. Ali's on his way back. Me and Shaker, we're here. But you ain't, we're here getting clean, getting purified, and everybody's in their own different stages. But we're one step working on the path. But you're not coming to work on the path.
So you remain in your captivity and you start listening to everybody else, looking for if anybody else is saying what we're saying to validate it. When in actuality, we're giving you the pure validated truth from the word of the Most High, and our actions prove it. And you're listening to liars who validate each other's lies with bribery and schemes and fame and fortune and this and that, right? So you continue in your way. If you remain in a neutral position like Haran did, you will be destroyed among the wicked because you didn't make any decision, and no decision is agreement with the wicked.
Just like with the father, if he doesn't say anything,
No decision, the daughter gets married to the man who's
says
asking.
yes, it's automatic yes, and you're saying yes
You're saying yes
to the wickedness.
To the wickedness. Okay. So the cruel messenger. This is everybody who complains about the problems and the places where you're scattered, the oppression, the this, and they don't have any answers to get you out. All they could do is keep citing the problems and how we need to fight. See? You fight for your rights. Fight for justice. You have to fight. Wait a minute.
We're going to farm.
Wait a minute. How are we fighting? I am fighting in a different way. How are you fighting? Well, according to this instruction, those who come and align with me, we are granted by written covenant and written promises, success, sustainment, and we don't have to fight. The Most High will fight for us. We will be small, we will pass under the radar, and suddenly become large before our enemies figure it out because they're at war. So, what is the sign that what I'm telling you is true? The war keeps building. So, look, go take a look. It's right there. Right? And I'm not on the war target. The war going to be everywhere. That's not true. Granted, the effects of the war will be felt everywhere, but the war will not be everywhere. And I'm not worried about the effects because I'm not participating in what the world's participating in. It doesn't affect farmers growing their food in the right place.
Right.
Continue.
A terrified bear meets a wise man. He is not moved.
See that? Remember when I said, as sheikhs, we come and we poke the bear, and I said, this is a saying, but it's not written that way in the law. So again, the terrified bear is the angry man, right? Or the man who has gotten himself into judgment and he's trying to protect himself or something, or he's in the situation. So the man that comes to the court is the terrified bear. See? And he meets with the sheikh, and the sheikh don't move. The judgment sits. The wise man is the sheikh, right? So the man who comes into judgment, he's afraid. Right? And bears, when they're afraid, they'll attack and lash out and this. This don't change the judgment. The bear, the wise man, he is not moved. The bear is afraid. The wise man have no fear. Continue.
But the fool falls through his own foolishness.
Right? So now the terrified bear is the fool. He fell through his own foolishness. The wise man was not present, not involved. Okay? Just the matter of judgment falls to him. Now the fool is the terrified bear, the terrified man. So these are the sayings. Okay? So I told you, as a wise man, we know how to poke the bear. We know how to touch the bear. Continue.
He who repays evil for good, evil will not cease from his house.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So of my people, it is an evil thing to not contribute to the building. Right? So while the building is good, how is it good? The Most High said it's good to do this. So now this is the judgment upon what we're doing. Right? So if you don't contribute, if you don't listen, if you don't walk in the ways, if you don't accept this, you are repaying evil for good by your lack of participation. Okay? Now that's our situation. Also in real life, if somebody is helping you and they're telling you the truth and they're trying to advise you and you reject the wise advisement and the truth and the chastisement, you reject the correction, you are repaying evil for good. Somebody does good for you, like in the case I mentioned earlier. We try to bring these two people together to get married. You don't get married, you don't do this, and now you leave the woman in the street for somebody else to be with her. It brings evil back to you, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
Not doing the lawful things, right, is always paying evil for good. And then the evil don't leave your house. It's very difficult to get out. It lingers, like the young man in the judgment. He was supposed to be loyal to his friend. He repays his friend's loyalty by being with his woman on the side, right? In one way or another. And this becomes a problem. The evil didn't leave his house. It stayed there. It plagued him. One problem, another problem. One issue, another issue. The court case lingered on for months. Not that long. It was only like maybe 2-3 months. Give it about 3 months. But by the end of it, he was spent. He wanted it to just go away. I just want to be done. The evil linger in your house for your evil and wicked actions. Continue.
He who spills blood like water stirs up strife, and before an accident, he leads justice astray.
Okay. The person who spills blood like water stirs up strife. So this actually is in reference to the nations in which we have been scattered in. They spill our blood like water in the streets, right? And they do it by keeping us as a people in conflict with each other, right? So while you're debating about the music industry and how corrupt it is, right? Your sons and your daughters are corrupting themselves to get into it just so that they can try to get the lifestyle that you're living. And while you're living the lavish lifestyle, you are doing nothing to get them out of it because the wealth you have gained, you have not given it for the building of the sanctuary to get them out. So they keep strife going. They exalt your arguing, your fighting, and this, that, and the third. The same thing is going on in Africa. They bribe their way in, they put one against the other, then they come in and rule over everybody. Okay, we take this people and this people. This people want to be in charge of the whole thing, and these people want to be in charge of the whole thing, and they can care less as long as you help them be in charge and they get their turn.
Right. Hmm.
That's what you're walking into. So these European nations, this is their battle strategy. This is why gangster rap, mumble rap, ignorant rap, rape rap, murder rap is made popular by the industries. It is to keep you in strife and contention. It is to encourage this gang and this gang. Now you're fighting because this one's color is blue and this one's color is red. This one's color is yellow. This one color is purple. This one's color is white. And you fight because you just see the color. Strife. It's over nothing but strife.
Right.
Right. And I say it's over nothing because rather than working to get out, each one is working to keep going crime and corruption to have money. And then the money and the crime is also fed by the same government. How do you think the drugs get in? You think they don't know? If they don't want the drugs in, they have the money and the power to stop it. No, the cartels, they work with the cartels.
Yes.
They work with the cartels to bring the drugs in, and at the same time, they bust what they want to bust and take some free, and then even that still gets leaked back out onto the streets. They're not doing anything justice. The human trafficking, they are behind it too.
You know what's crazy? The thing about this, the big fentanyl epidemic thing, and it's like it comes from the pharmaceutical
Right.
company. You want them to stop the fentanyl epidemic. Well, you're still supporting the pharmaceutical companies that are making it. This is crazy.
Listen. What is the percentage of people of black people that actually graduate from college? Do you think black people are actually graduating from college and they are going back home to figure out how to cook up and create designer drugs? No. The government's doing this in other foreign countries, and they bring these recipes back and they spread it throughout the poor and impoverished communities, and it's a way to filter up money corruptly back up to the top. They're behind it. You think I'm lying, but I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
The government behind the mafia, the government behind everything. They get money from both sides, the evil and the good.
Yeah.
Okay? When they wanted to get in, they order the guards for a certain patrol.
Yeah.
And then they tell the other side how to get in.
Yeah.
You see? And then they switch it and they switch it and they play in the game, and you don't have access to it. Right? All the human trafficking, and then you find out in some that these people participating in pedophilia, the making love to small children and young people. People who shouldn't be engaged in this activity at that age. You're right. And then when it comes time for the prosecution, they want to prosecute two people. The people they gave the permission to own the island and set this up.
Right. And all the government officials
who participated, strike them off the record. This is not allowed.
Yeah.
We give the people a sense of justice by persecuting just the one or two that we say was at the top. But the whole thing that was set up, there was somebody over them that gave them the right and the permission and tell them to set it up. You see? Oh, he was a self-made man. Nobody is self-made man. All the governments support the industries and the industry leaders to be the industry leaders. Please take time and ruminate. Think about what I'm telling you. Continue. Okay, so, and that was who spills up strife. So that's the nations and the governments. Okay, and before an accident, he leads justice astray. So before every accident or every discovery of a case, they led it that way. They led the injustice. To lead justice astray is to corrupt the judgment. They give a perverse judgment, right? They send R. Kelly to jail for pedophilia after years and years and years and years and years of him committing it. Then they finally want to prosecute him about it. Same thing with Bill Cosby. They do it when you get too high and you start poking on something they don't want you in. Now they bring up the corruption they help you participate in. They help them.
Yes, they did.
They support them, they know, and they leave it, and nobody says nothing, nobody does nothing, as long as they get in their bribe, their share of the money. We'll be back after this. All right. So, he who spills blood like water, this is the nations. And before an accident, he leads justice astray. So before something happens, he starts to change lawful justice and twist it so that the judgment is on his side. Right? So these are the nations, this is what they do, and this is what they're doing, right? So now the great villain is Putin, but if you remember, just 2 years ago, before the Ukraine war started, they were all part of G7. They're going to meetings together, discussing the direction they want to take and the climate control, right? Remember? But now they have to, no, he's a terrible, we standing with Ukraine and garbage.
He who acquits a wicked man and he who condemns a righteous man, both of them are an abomination to Allah.
Okay. So, if I let a wicked man go free and I side the judgment not against him, I find him innocent, I don't render the righteous judgment to him. And if I punish an innocent man, he was not guilty, I frame him, I set him up, and the trial goes against him. This is an abomination to Allah. And this happens every day in the United States with all cases. They never give our people the judgment of our law from our God. Hence the abomination. So if you live there and you know this is the system there, you have decided to agree with this judgment. You believe that it is okay for a woman to leave a man, take the children, and pay child support, when the law states that a woman is to leave a man, leave her children with him, because it's not her children, it is his seed.
Right.
Okay? He gave you life, you nurtured it, you developed it, right? You protected it. You birthed it. You increased the seed. You were the soil, the ground, right? You were the soil, the ground that the seed was planted in.
Right.
But that fruit that was planted belongs to the farmer who planted it, the husbandman.
Right. Mm.
The fruit belongs to him.
Mm.
Now you have every right to continue nurturing and producing more fruit. But should you separate from this farmer, the fruit still belongs to him.
Mm-hmm. We just read it said that the glory of the children is to the father. The children are the glory to the father.
So when you agree with these judgments, you are an abomination to Allah. You. When you agree. But father's supposed to take care of his child. How was the mother? The mother is leaving the man. Then leave the father the child to raise.
Mm.
I'm not leaving my children. Well, that's how you stay married. The children stay with him. Now you stay with them.
Mm.
See? It solves the problem. Okay? Putting him in jail because he's poor is an abomination to Allah. You agree with that. You're an abomination to Allah. Oh, y'all mad now.
Yeah.
I done lost all the sisterhood altogether.
But to see, because we have limited what is considered abominable, but all what we've been reading clearly lets us know that there, where we once was, is a land of abomination.
It's a land of abomination. You staying there makes you an abomination because you agree with what's going on over there because you won't give up the money to come out and buy back your land and live under this law.
Right.
So you're an abomination to Allah. He has the right to kill you. It's a choice.
Yeah.
Why die? Why? Okay, let's see what the next question is.
Why is it that goods go to a fool who has neither intelligence nor wisdom?
Because the fool is functioning under the law of abomination in the land of abomination.
Oh my goodness.
He has moved into the house of the abominable people in the land, right? In the land that is the valley of death. Go ahead. Look up Death Valley and what country it is in. All the land connected to the land they call Death Valley is the valley of death. This is what the prophets were talking about. Go look it up. Yeah, you know what Death Valley is? Go ahead, look it up.
It's in Eastern California.
Eastern California is where Death Valley is. That whole country is Death Valley.
Most of the entertainment comes from that area.
Hold on. That whole country, all the land attached to it is Death Valley. From Alaska in the north all the way down to Chile in the south. All of it is Death Valley. So when the prophets was talking about walking through in the valley of the shadow of death, he's talking about, and the time when they go to this country, to this land, where this place is, they will have to go through it. And to come out, they have to accept and walk in my ways, in my judgment, and come back to my customs and my traditions, and it will be well with them. It will be good for them. They will receive all the good from Allah, but not if they accept the ways of the people of the valley of death.
And that's where the Shalmuta house is at, is in the valley.
Valley of death.
Yeah, that's why all that Shalmuta stuff, pretty woman.
You can have any beautiful woman in America because they selling themselves over the internet. It is Sharmuta Valley.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Solomon has been telling us this all this time. We just
It is Sharmuta Valley, right? I can go there and interracial relationships is okay. The Valley of Death.
Yep.
I can, if I have sleep with another man's woman, it's okay.
Yep.
Valley of Death. Right? Bribery is okay.
Yep.
Valley of Death. The entire country is working with this, right?
Yep.
And I'm telling you, the wicked man get away with it. The righteous man goes to prison for it. Valley of Death.
Yep. All the imagery and
Idolatry is all there.
in the
Valley of Death.
and all y'all want to be famous.
Right. In the Valley of Death. You moved in there and you live in there in the Valley of Death. The whole place is the Valley of Death. It's not just that location in California. It's all the land of the Valley of Death. It is all the land connected to it. You can walk from Chile all the way up to above Canada into Alaska and everywhere else, and it is all the Valley of Death. You went there. The prophet said, I walked through. See, I walked through. And I'm not stopping here. I'm getting out.
Wow. Yeah.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. I walk through the valley of death in death's shadow. I'm not going to participate in this. I have to pass through. This will be something that happens to me and to my son I'm talking to. Listen, son, there'll come a time you'll have to pass through this. When you get out, don't fear no evil, don't participate. Right? The rod and the staff will comfort me. What? The rod and the staff of the Most High. And he will give you what? The rod of Moses, the law. And he will shepherd you like a sheep, giving you only the righteous path. They will comfort you. You see? He will make you lie down in the green pastures. Where's the green pastures? In Jordan. He will lead you beside the still waters. What? You will cross the Jubika. The waters will be still. It's where the salt sea is, the Dead Sea. And he will restore your soul. He will extend the days of your life. Right? He will extend the days of your life because through your obedience, you will return back to my house and rebuild it according to my instructions. And at that point, surely goodness and mercy will be with you forever, all the days of my life. Since I'm extending them day to day, being obedient, then death cannot come to me because I have restored myself to my law, my culture, and my land. And I continue to restore each and every day forever.
Wow.
And that's Psalms.
Yeah.
But The Psalms are the Proverbs of David in which Solomon indulged in. And now I'm reading Proverbs and it's explaining the both of them.
And based on what we read in the law, the only way Allah is with us is when we're following Him.
You have to follow the instructions.
Yeah.
So when you ask this question, why is it? I'm telling you, I just told you why. It only the wickedness only exists there. Okay? It's there and it's with you. And when you go to the next place that's not here, it's going to follow you over there. Continue.
At all times, a friend loves, but a brother is born for trouble.
So your friends love you at all the times. They love you when you're right. They love you when you're wrong. They just, hey, well, that's my friend, and they are how they is. But your brother, when he's wrong, he's going to correct you. He is born for times of trouble. He is born to put you back in the path. He is born to go through the storm with you and for you to come out and be upright. I am your brother. Everybody else, all of them, they're your friends. They love you wicked. Oh, you dated and you dating and you did all of this. Yeah, that's okay. It's all right. You're a woman, you have needs. You never get out of the problem like that.
Nope.
You need a brother. Hey, cut this out. This is off from you. You're not doing it. And you hear him and you understand and you follow in his instruction. Right? My teacher is my elder brother. What he say, I do. And now I am instructed to be the elder brother to you. What I say, you do. If you don't, you die. I don't care. You think I'm lying? You're getting ready to test it. Continue.
What's in my relax sense? Scripture coming up. I gotta write it down in my relax sense.
She's going to her chapter of accents.
Yes.
Because once you get the accents labeled, I told her, all the sins of the accents comes from the guy who does one thing that lacks sense. And then he can slide down the slide of lack sense to commit all of the sins of those who lack sense.
Okay. A man who lacks sense gives his hand and goes surety for his neighbor.
So this goes back, this is the same saying. The definition of this is to, again, get out of your agreements. So now we in chapter 17, and it has now referencing us all the way back to what we read in chapter 2, chapter 1?
Yeah, way back there.
Right? Chapter 2, 1, 3, somewhere around there in the beginning. It says, don't let your eyes get any sleep.
Right.
Now is the time for hustling to get out, to join with me in this righteous endeavor. The man who lacks sense does not do this thing. He continues, well, I got to make my car payments. I'm going to finish paying off this house. No. Sell all of that. Get out of all of that. Get rid of all of that, however you can, to get the money and come out with it. Before the doors close and judgment is pronounced against you.
He who loves sin loves quarreling.
Pause. That doesn't even require the and right there.
No, it doesn't.
So Go take a look at every debate since they're quarreling, right? There is civil discourse, they like to call it. They're debating the red pill, the blue pill, the pink pill, this camp leader, that camp leader, this versus the church versus the camps, the Kemet brothers and the Hoteps versus the Hebrew Israelites, and the debates versus the Muslims versus the Nation of Islam. All is quarreling. I'm not involved. You cannot find me in not one debate because I hate sin. And whoever does this debating thing loves sin. I'm not debating with you. I'm telling you what it is. You can accept it or reject it. The judgment the same. You will suffer for your decision. Your friends will die. Your family will die. You will continue in your way. Continue.
He who exalts his own door seeks destruction.
So, since you wish to be the big shot, you want to be famous, you want to be rich, you want to have a lot of money and live the life and travel and be somebody, this is exalting your door, right? Ak, you're doing the same thing. No, I'm not. I told you, sell everything, buy back the land. We live together as part of a village. We become farmers. This is humbleness. We get sheep, we get camels, we put all of our money into this. We have our store, and from this, we make the economy to keep everything going. We make stores and businesses, but we live in the community that we own. We own the land. Right?
Yes, sir.
No taxes, no nothing. Return to our tribal way of life and live in our customs and traditions. This is not exalting the door, right? When somebody asks me, well, how much is it for me to get land for myself? You're exalting your own door because that wasn't the instructions. The instructions was to build and live together and gather back all of it and then share it and divide it amongst us as a nation after we've gotten it all back. That's the instruction. You trying to see, well, if I give this much, how much land I get for myself. So you are the one exalting your door. You're trying to see what I get for me from what I put in so that I can make sure that I'm not some base, low brow person. Because I don't want to be poor. You know, you can be poor and be wealthy at the same time.
But they don't know what that looks like.
I know. Okay? You can be very poor. You can be poor and be wealthy. Okay? If you own the land and you're able to live off of it, self-sustaining, yeah, you're poor. You're wealthy. Because the rich man who is showboating in the bank owned or some conglomerate building and he bought a floor and he's paying maintenance fees and service fees, the moment his money cut off and he's doesn't have the income anymore, the business gets shut down, the government's turned against him, they said that this is now corruption and they destroy everything and put him in jail. Nobody can save him. Right? In the day of famine, and he cannot get to the store, he cannot survive, and the money fall out because of the war, the government fall down, his money cannot save him. He had nothing to save himself. As a matter of fact, he becomes the benchmark for a prey. The people that he worked with will even rob him for themselves. He exalted his door. He's going for destruction. So you want to be Andrew Tate? Enjoy. He exalted his door and they coming to get him now. They tearing him down.
Mm-hmm.
This happens all the time.
Yeah.
Okay? Bill Cosby, he exalted his door, they destroy him. R. Kelly, he exalted his door, they destroyed him. Michael Jackson, he exalted his door, they destroyed him. Prince, he exalted his door, they destroyed him.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. It can, whether it's entertainment or any industry in a foreign nation. You exalt your door, they tear it down. So now how do you get out of that? Don't exalt your door. Why don't you come back and build your father's houses back? Forget your door, right? Forget your door. Just honor the fathers and let it be the Most High who actually exalts you for honoring the righteous instructions left by your forefathers instead of exalting your door, which is unlawful, right? Appearing rich, big fancy car, committing a lot of whoredom, sleeping with a lot of women, not married to them. You exalt your door, you're going down. We'll be back after this. All right. Continuing. So the quarreler loves sin. The one who likes to argue and debate and insult and do all of this, he loves sin. He loves contention. He loves sin. And the one who exalts his door, he's seeking to be destroyed. You're asking for it. Okay?
He whose heart is twisted will not find good.
Okay? So the person whose heart is twisted, how did your heart become twisted? A twisted information, twisted judgment fills your heart, and out of your mouth comes twisted speech. You will not be able to find good. You will not understand what I'm saying. You will not be able to find your way here. You will not survive the judgment. Continue.
Wow. And he who is twisted in his tongue will fall into evil.
Okay? Even without reading the next line, I already explained it to you. Without proper judgment, it is your mind, what you learn, what you listen to, what you study, which is what the information that fills your heart. Whether you study TikTok or YouTube, it doesn't matter. The thing that you fill your mind with, right? You cannot listen to me and then listen to everybody else. You have to consume all that I have said over these last 3 classes diligently and repeatedly, and it will fill your mind. From this, it will fill your heart. And it will fill your heart with the deep truth and with the understanding, and it will begin to come out of your mouth, and you'll stop saying somebody else said, right? You'll get the books and you'll be like, nah, man, it says to do this way. And that's what Rabbi Sheikh taught us, and he is right. Because when I sought the judgment for myself, it was correct. So you move with the righteous. You leave. You don't even debate. Nah, I'm gonna go this way. You can do your thing. I'm gonna just do this. I catch you on the flip side. And you can leave and depart from evil. It doesn't even require the debate or quarreling. Once they say they want it, you can leave them with it. So I told you what you study, this law and the judgment, right? 2 classes. The law and judgment, 2 different things. The law and the beginning of reasonings to see how the law was applied. Now I'm showing you the second level of reasoning, right? This is reasoning 102. Continue.
He who begets a fool will have shame.
The person that gives birth to a fool will have shame. Why? The actions of the fool will embarrass you. Okay? Every father is ashamed of his OnlyFans daughter. She has made her nakedness public.
Yep.
She is a harlot. It doesn't matter how much money she gets. Right? This goes anyway. The mother of anybody, it makes you ashamed. Okay? And that goes for everything that goes along with what fools do from the previous chapters.
And the father of a stupid man does not rejoice.
So the father of a stupid man does not rejoice.
Oh, he's stupid.
What is a stupid man? The person that does not hear this reasoning and walk in it, that doesn't do it. So that means none of the prophets are rejoicing over you and what you're doing right now. Because you're stupid and you don't realize you're stupid, right? You're not walking in the righteous paths, right? You're just trying to justify what you're doing with religious practices. And you weren't called to a religious practice. You were called to a custom, a lifestyle, a tradition, right? In the land, obeying the law and lawful leadership. And you don't know what any of those things are.
Right.
So rather than come and be a student, right? Following the teacher who's teaching it, you rather question his validity while you're lost. I'm not in the land with you. I want you to know I am here in the land of my father talking like this. Celebrated here for my understanding among my brethren, right? That's not of the sons of Israel. Celebrate it because my understanding is truthful and my teaching is true.
But they will make people millionaires who ain't doing not one darn thing for you, ain't trying to bring you out, but you freely give your monies to. That is bonkers.
Okay, continue.
Oh, goodness. A joyful heart. Wait.
How do we skip some?
No, well, I have read, and the father.
You read that, but
right.
we skipped some.
No, we're up to date. You were up to date, sir.
So you read 16?
Yes, sir.
What was 16?
The question.
It was a question. Why is it that good?
Am I in the wrong chapter?
Yes.
I'm all the way down in 18. I'm going. I'm looking like, wait a minute. All right, continue.
A joyful heart beautifies the body, but a downcast spirit dries up the bones. That was said before.
A joyful heart beautifies the body. What makes a heart joyful? Justice, peace, tranquility, nourishment, right? If you produce healthy, you're going to eat. You're going to produce healthy when you produce for yourself. You produce for yourself the best. But you can produce nothing where you are. You have no industry where you are. All of the industries afforded to you are all middleman industries and not source industries. So you cannot be joyful and you cannot beautify your bodies. You keep getting cancer. Everything they give you causes a problem. Your health is deteriorating. You're deteriorating the body. And a downcast spirit, the inability to become a people and to become a nation and to govern yourself and to have justice, right? These inabilities cause your spirit to be downcast. It dries up the bones. It causes you to dry up your bones and die. So you are the valley of dry bones over in the valley of death.
Oh, wow.
You're in Death Valley, the valley of death. Continue.
The wicked man takes a bribe from his bosom to pervert the way of justice.
So only a wicked man accepts a bribe. So who are you working for? Oh, I work for the government. Oh, you work for the wicked. Because you know they accept bribes. They have lobbyists, right? They accept bribes. They bribe both sides. They pay for the campaigns. They pay for the campaigns on both sides, no matter, there's no choice or option, right? They pick who's going to be president behind the scenes, and they present before you the choices that they have decided. So they accept bribes, and this is who you work for. What do you mean? Every one of you works and pays taxes to them. So you're paying the wicked man, and he robs you all the time. You're not building for yourself. You're not building for your nation. You're not building for your people. You believe this we are the world BS, and they are waging war against you, keeping you in strife, keeping you in contention, keeping you out of positions of true power and giving you false power and false leaders. Right? That's perverting the way of justice. Right? And you accept it because of the bribe of your measly paycheck. You accept it. And when I say give this up and come out, you say, I don't know, I'm afraid. All right, stay there and die as if death you're not afraid of. I've never seen nobody afraid of death. When death comes, everybody want to get as far away from it. Once the touch of death comes.
Yep.
So continue.
The face of the intelligent rejoices in wisdom.
I, you know, it is what it is. I ain't even got to say nothing, right? Because, whether you do or you don't, I tell you, I'm doing it and I'm enjoying it. I really am. Like you see this face? You see this? You see how beautiful it is? Oh my God, let me tell you. Alhamdulillah, bless Allah for this face, because I'm telling you, I have seen the good. If you don't want it, I watch you fall from the peace of my home, and I go, why they keep going this way? I'm glad they didn't come this way with that foolishness. Continue.
But the eyes of fools are in the depths of the earth. They did.
You did. Well, you choiced it. It's a decision. And you can't look at your slave masters and says it's because of them when you have the option to come out on your own. Right? All you have to do is participate. You participate in the foolishness. Cardi B's. No, Megan Thee Stallion. You participate in this foolishness. You can choose to participate in righteousness. It's a choice, but you don't. You want somebody to tell you you right because y'all believe the same thing together? All right. The worshipers of idols believe the idol together too. They have greater numbers than you. Okay? Every nation given an idol except us. You are among the nations, looking at their idols and their idolatry. And you don't know what it looks like because you have never come out. Why? How do you know? Because I've come out. I don't quote anyone. I'm sitting here and I'm telling you what your fathers have said and what you're supposed to do, and I have done it, so I know it works. And anytime I talk to any one of you idol worshipers, the only thing I see is, I don't believe that. I don't identify with that. Boy, are you stupid. And nobody cares about what you identify. What it is what it is, and it wasn't set by you. The only thing you're doing is deceiving yourself. It still is what it is. A bear is a bear. Identify it as a cat and go pet it. Dummy. Fool. The stupidity. Continue.
Oh, goodness. A foolish son causes grief to his father and bitterness to his mother.
Right. Because your father has to mourn over you, and the mother will be embittered. She want revenge, she want justice, she want all of this stuff. The father's in grief because his seed is cut off from the earth. The father is the giver of life. The mother is the nurturer. Continue.
To find a righteous man is not good. To find, Fine.
Right, to find him, to punish him, and to make him pay some type of retribution is not good, the Most High say. He's doing what lawful and right, and you bring a judgment against him to make him pay something, and he's working on righteousness, is not good.
Nor to smite righteous men who say what is right.
So it is wrong to smite righteous men who say that which is lawful and right. You cannot hit him, bring him down, ostracize him for saying what is lawful and right. Now, the difference between what I'm doing and what all the other teachers are doing is the righteous man has to be doing the righteousness, right? Doing the work of redemption in the land. Because nobody can wake the dead. Okay? So if he's not doing the righteous deeds in the land, he has not gained his understanding from the Most High in the land, then he's not a righteous man. He is a deceiver. Because he has to talk to you from the common understanding of your idolatrous imagination.
Wow.
Right? So the righteous man has to be doing what he is teaching in the redemption. He has to have redeemed himself
Yes.
first. So that's the difference between the deceiver and the righteous man. Right? The righteous man at this time stand alone. I am here, and the high priest is with you in the valley of death. Right?
To join.
To join you here in the land, and you are refusing, you are reluctant in your walking until calamity come, and it is coming. And when calamity come, then you'll reach out to the higher priest, and then you want to come. And I understand that this is the way because we already discussed this a few chapters back. So I'm just going to continue because we're going to be finished with this in a few days. And I'm going to get rest and get ready for all the work that's coming because it's going to be coming. Continue.
Nor to spite righteous men who say what is right. He who spare his words has knowledge, and he whose spirit is humble is a man who has understanding.
Okay. These are things you have to gain, right? Spare his words. That's why I don't do a lot of talking on social media anymore. After I gained the knowledge and I had done the thing that the Most High said to do for my family, for my bloodline, for my father's house, and I gained it, I learned there was a lot less to talk about. And I'm commanded not to talk to fools. So this is a message only to the righteous who hear it and do it. And to the rest, it's not for you. So you can go your way and you identify somewhere else. You didn't see this. It's the Jedi divination. There's nothing to see here. Continue.
And even a fool who is silent is thought wise, and he who restrains his lips intelligent.
So even if you don't know anything of what I'm talking about, and you remain silent and do it, you will be thought of as wise. And if you get here and be quiet and just learn and obey the instructions, you will be considered intelligent, and you will gain it through this practice. Okay? All right. I'm going to check my time, and if we have a time, we come back and I'll see what we're doing. All right. So what do you know? I got the time. Chapter 18, let's go.
The restless man seeks his desire, and in all advice he is made sport of.
Okay, so the restless man, the one who is not established. Okay? So when you look at the man who is not established, right? The man who does not have the support of his nation, not his people, not having a country. They are made sport of. This is how you end up a quote unquote the black people, right? So we've started incorporating everybody with brown skin as the black people so that, we can increase, ourselves by skin color. But you are still made sport of, you're made fun of, because the black people in America they don't know what nation or country or anything that they belong to, and neither do they get together to form their own. They keep trying to do it in the country where they were brought as slaves.
To return back as slaves. Wow.
So
Irony of it all.
you continue to become like a beast. You have no nation, but even the beast have their countries. They have their way, right? The lion going to be a lion. You take him to the circus, he's a circus lion. until the day he remembered
Oh, yeah.
that he's a lion
Mm-hmm.
and somebody died. Ask Siegfried and Roy. They not Siegfried and Roy no more. Somebody met the wild beast when he remembered, you know, I'm a wild beast. So the restless man, he desires, and in all advice, he's made a fool. So he can make all the advisements that he wants. He is not established that he may make the thing that or create the thing that he wishes to create, right? So let's take a look at this. Let's get it real practical, right? Farrakhan has all this advice,
Ooh.
and he gives it to the Black American men and women. He is made fun of in all the courts of the kings and the queens and their gates because his whole shtick is predicated upon them doing something for him. He cannot support himself outside of them. Even though he have 1 million men, he will not leave this nation to go and establish themselves in their own country. He will stay with them and continue in his way. You see?
You know, that government gives you leaders. I mean, I wonder if they really consider
No, they don't.
using that.
See? And there's a reason why. Let's look at the next verse. Come on.
The fool does not desire understanding.
See?
Oh my goodness.
See? That's why. You are boo-boo. You are the fool. In the day you accept this, then you can begin to take these steps to get out of your situation. You will see what I'm saying is true after you accept that you're the fool and that you need to walk in these steps. If you don't accept yourself as being the fool, then you become the fool who gets punished. You see how that works? Okay.
Wow. But his heart wanders in foolishness.
See? Because his brain is wandering in different foolishness, trying to figure out how to get out of foolishness. But since you're only surrounded by foolishness, there is no way out until you meet one of your brothers who says, hey, this is the way out. Get yourself together. Bring everything you have over here. Don't bring everything as in stuff. Sell all the stuff, bring the money. Here's the way out. Welcome back home. I'm your brother. This is how we do it. Follow me. Right?
Yes.
But if you keep looking in your close proximity, people who live and dwell among you, or people who live and dwell in not your father's land, right? So you can't listen to nobody in Europe. You can't listen to nobody in Asia, in South Asia. You can't listen to nobody in Africa, okay? And you cannot listen to people in the land either. And you say, aren't you in the land? Yes, I am in the land. But the people aside from me in the land have broken the laws that were given to them.
Yep.
So you have to listen to the one that is teaching you what the forefathers say to do exactly and has not done those sins or made those mistakes. So it narrows it down to me. Isn't it supposed to be one decision to make? But you think I'm being arrogant. I know. You see this? I know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
You think I'm just tooting my own horn. I'm being arrogant. Everybody else is wrong except you, right? No, I was wrong too. It's just I followed this to get out, and it provided me the way out. Now I'm inviting you to take the same steps I did, which is guaranteed to work for everybody who took the steps I did. Because I tried it on all different types of people. Okay? So in my training, I could see how the judgment would work, even though I was unable to apply it in full. I received the training on this step of the judgment to know each and every step. You see that?
Yes.
It's not always applied. Adultery, murder, kill them. No. The judgment is not like this. You have to search out the matter. By the time you catch somebody in adultery, do you know there may be multiple adulterous people involved? It's not just this one. You catch them by the time they get comfortable. So now you have to suss out all the adulterous ones. It takes time. The judgment not fast. You have to, when you're going to remove sin, you have to stamp all of it out. You cannot be quick to exercise a final judgment to preserve the life of another. There's no respect of persons. Continue.
When a wicked man comes, he comes with foolishness and with pain and with shame.
So if you don't come out here of your own free choice to do this when times are pretty good, like right now, right? It's not the greatest of times, but it's pretty good. You're able to move of your own free choice and will. Then you'll come out under this condition, proving you're a fool. You're going to come with pain, with shame, and with your foolishness. You're going to talk about all the bad things that happened to you and all the stuff that went wrong in your journeying out. Yeah. And all that is a reflection of your decisions. So you came out with your foolishness. So to come in, you have to know that you are a simpleton requiring instructions. You're not a wise man. Yet you haven't ascertained the wisdom. You haven't developed it. So everybody comes a fool. 7 years ago, this is what I recognized. The problem is me. And I figured it out. I'm stupid. I require an instruction. So now that I know that I'm stupid and I require instructions, I can seek the instructions from the instructed place and do that. And I don't have to worry about figuring out the answers and testing what's right and what's wrong. The answers are being given. It's an open book test. So then I gathered the answers.
Yes, sir.
And I went into training.
Yes.
And I practiced giving the right answers and how to find them within the book and in real life. And that's how I gained wisdom. But it didn't start that I thought myself wise. I had to do the judgment of the wise men from before, from ancient history. Continue.
The mouth of a man is deep water, a stream which bubbles up as a fountain of wisdom.
So the mouth of a wise man is deep water, right? And the one appointed to you, like I said before, my words, I leave this caveat this way. Those who find this teaching and do it, and you go this way, this will be like a stream to you. See? So the water is bubbling up, and there is a stream to lead you in the righteous path. See? So there's only one righteous man. Now I have to create others, teachers, both men and women, so that we can cultivate this wisdom and this righteousness within our nation. And you cannot do that among the nation that is trying to actively destroy you, to keep you in strife, to keep you in division. I know you want to come out together. That's a sheep mentality. But right now, that's not possible, nor is it capable, because you're trying to bring out the bad with the good. And you have to separate from the bad and let it fall apart and let it die. And you have to only save yourself, because you who make the decision are at least presumed to be good. You have to now continue to walk in it to purify yourself to actually be good.
Right.
So it's not the mouth of a man, it's the mouth of the anointed man, the appointed son. And the sons who come out to receive instruction and walk in it. They are wise men, they will become sheikhs. Continue.
To take the part of a wicked man is not good, nor to pervert justice against the interests of a righteous man.
So to take the part, think of that like a play. To take the part of a wicked man, or to take part in with him in his deeds, okay, is not good. So now you know, listen, getting involved with all of these camps is not good. Getting involved with all of these churches is not good. Getting involved with all these other people is not good. But what's the good way? Right? You can rule out the whole world, right? Oh, I'm Torah only. Okay, no problem. Okay, I'm Old Testament only. Okay, no problem. Now, how do you get out of your situation? How do you get out of your captivity? Well, let's take a look. You cannot pervert justice, right? You cannot pervert a righteous thought or deed in favor of, okay, to take justice away or against the interest of a righteous man. So a righteous man's interest is to what? Redeem you, restore you back to where? Back to your land, back to your father's house. So if you pervert what I'm saying, right? And to give a judgment against it, you're perverting justice. Okay? That is not good. It is justice that you have redemption. It is your covenant right. Now, how you come out is written, and you cannot change it.
Right.
It's with who it's with, me, and what you must do is work with me, because this is what it's for, buying back the land. It has not said in all of Proverbs, buy back the land. No, but Jeremiah said it in chapter 50. Right? It says, and men will buy land in Judah and in the environs of Benjamin and the environs of Jerusalem and seal unto it. So now it's telling us what to buy and to seal it. Right? And what did I tell you? The king's lips have divination. This is the seal of Solomon. So the king have to do this agreement. It have to be through him because he possessed the seal, the birthright to redeem back all of the land for you to have your father's houses back. And you have to follow his order so that you can ascertain the wealth and the riches necessary to build and to buy.
Right.
So the beginning of everything start with investment. What do you have in your hand? Because it's not on the king to pay for you, and you think you come in and steal the wealth of the righteous. You being wicked, having done nothing. That's a degenerate son.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Okay, so you cannot pervert his interest. You cannot speak against what his work is, what his desire is. If it's not good, it will come against you.
A fool's lips bring him into dispute, and his mouth brings him to strife.
So a fool debates, argues, and gets into these type of altercations. Okay, the fool will instigate it. He will get into it, and the other fool participate in it instead of walking away. All right.
Instigate and participate.
So the fool asks the questions to get into the argument and then present his case and how he feels. The other fool hears the question and slides right into the fool's trap, and they get into a debate.
Yeah. A fool's lips bring him into dispute, and his mouth brings him to strife.
We did that.
The mouth of the fool is destruction to him, and his lips are a trap to himself.
See? So the mouth of the fool brings his own destruction upon him. The Most High records his words. The Most High also records his deeds. And the only thing he's going to do is bring destruction to himself. He's not going to make any good judgment. And the judgments that he make always lead to failure. Guaranteed 100%. Okay? The only thing he succeeds in is foolishness. And the bigger the successes of the fool are, the greater the fall.
Yeah.
Right? So let's take a look at this. Okay? You look at the people who fall from grace, right? They fall from the high place, right? That's what you guys call it in America, right? The fall from grace.
Yeah.
Right? You look at Jonathan Majors, he was out with an alien, a foreign woman, right? A woman not of his people, not of his tribe, and he's doing this in the land of abomination. He's got all of this potential, and then the moment the false claims or whatever claims come out against him, they tear him down, and he fall. For what?
When he in the valley of death.
You're in the valley of death, and you moved in. That's the saying. Oh, yeah, he moved in with the Sharmuta in the valley of death. Now death is pursuing him.
Yeah, on the way to Sheol.
And the same with every other celebrity that falls off, so to speak. They all do the same thing. They get it, they exalt their doors.
Yeah.
They don't build the tribal way, right? They don't give and build for the community, for the nation. They'll come back to the community and give out some free turkeys as long as it's tax write-off. And then they stay there trying to remain famous and remain relevant. And they never build the nation back.
Right. Right.
So their lips are trapped to themselves. They ensnare themselves and those that listen to them. So if you listen to these fools, you're going to get what they get and you're going to fall off with them. So keep quoting them. Quote Kanye. Go ahead. This fool is leading you and it's a trap to himself. He's ensnared and doesn't want to be ensnared alone, so he takes you with him.
Right.
Continue.
The words of the idle man make him weary and bring him down to the depths of Sheol.
So the person who doesn't want to do the work of obeying this instruction is idle, right? I want to play video games. I don't want to be out there in the hot sun and shepherd sheep. I don't want to work in the field. That's hard labor. We're supposed to have handmaids and manservants. Well, how are you going to tell the handmaids and manservants what to do when you haven't done it for yourself? The people who don't want to come and build this way, they're going to the grave. You're going down to Sheol. That's what this whole warning is. Yes, I'm asking you to come out to another country, buy land and work. Yes. But if you don't do it, the only thing waiting for you is the grave. Because you're already in the valley of death. You're just going down to the grave, and don't expect to go to heaven. And I don't care how much you pray, and I don't care how much oil you splash. I don't care how covered up you are. You're going to grave because of rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
Rebellion of what? Rebellion to the instruction to rebuild in the time of rebuilding. Okay? If destruction is present, so is salvation. They come together because mercy must be present for our covenant to be kept. So now here's the rebuilding. You don't believe me? Try it. Next.
And also he who is lax in his work is a friend of the destructive man.
So the one that's lazy, he's a friend to the destructive man. Right? The one who doesn't want to do the work and the one who does the work lazily and half-hearted, half-assed, half-ass given is you half-ass given, you half-ass listen, and you half-ass want to come out. You're a friend of the destructor, of the destructive man. You guys are together. Right? Oh, but you not, I'm doing my job. Right? I went from a chapter a day, right? And built up stamina. So if you've been with me from the beginning, it was a chapter a day, maybe an hour and a half, the longest. Till I was just doing 2 hours and stop, right? So it was a chapter a day. Now then I went up to doing an hour, 2 hours during judgment. And now, since we out in the deep, I'm doing 5-hour classes a day. YouTubers and content creators, they got nothing on me. They cannot do as I'm doing. Especially expounding upon the instructions of redemption. That's my job, to give it to you as I have done it for myself so that you can come out and I can show you how to do it and we do it together. So not only do I have to explain it, but when you get here, I have to explain it again with hands-on training, face-to-face, and we're doing it together. So I'm doing it twice. That's not lazy.
A tower of strength is the name of Allah, and into it runs the righteous man and is raised up in it. A tower of strength.
Migdal Kazak.
Okay. Say that again.
It's Kazak Migdal Kazak. Strength Tower.
How do you spell it again?
Kazak.
Kazak. K-A or C?
It doesn't even matter.
Okay, Kazakh.
Kazakh
Mm-hmm.
Migdol.
Oh, Migdol. Okay. Kazakh Migdol. Wow.
So the Tower of Strength is the name of Allah. So Kazakh Migdol, yeah. Yeah is the Tower of Strength. And into it. So to run into the tower, you need what? You run to the strong tower for sanctuary,
Yes.
right? So you must accept the instructions of where to go and what to do. Upon arrival, you will give up what needs to be given up, and you will do what is needed to be done to remain in the sanctuary, the strong tower of Allah. Right? So, and into it runs the righteous man. So he heard these instructions. He gave and came ready to do everything that is necessary, and he does not change from this course ever. It's a man thing. I gave my word, I'm going to keep my word. Right? And he is raised up, elevated to his position that he has merited and earned, and matures. He gains the understanding, corrective reasoning, corrective behavior, corrects his culture, his tradition, changes his lifestyle, changes his dress. He's raised up in it. Continue.
The fortune of a rich man is his strong city, and his dwelling is high like a wall.
So the rich man does not follow in the way of the righteous man. The rich man believes that his riches will save him in the day of destruction. Then he also goes about deceiving others that he has garnered for himself salvation through his riches. All right, we're back. So the rich man, he deceives others in making you believe that he has secured himself safety from the Most High's wrath with his riches. And here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys something about the flood from before. Everybody knew the Most High's wrath was coming, and the wealthy people, the rich people, built up fortifications on high mountains and high hills and atop high valleys, believing that the water could not ascend. Places that had never seen water or flood, they went up to high places to continue because they had money. So having the high place was considered, you had to have good status, you had your people, you had everything. And they said that the waters will never arise to this point. Right? And they secured themselves and they left the poor and those who did not have or were not part of the club access to the high places. Right? Now, in your book, you will find this as defined as eaten on the mountains in King James. So I have to translate because you don't know. In my book, it gives me the exact definition, and it was like, and they went up to the high places to escape from the flood. In your book, it says they went to go eating on the mountains. So people who trust in their wealth to escape the Most High's wrath, right? Oh, he's coming with war. We'll go into the bunkers. Oh, you're going into the cleft of the rock, the hole in the mountain.
Mm.
And you think yourself to escape from the Most High's wrath.
Mm.
We make strong fortifications, strong bunkers, and we will arm ourselves with the tools of war so that if anybody come in, we may defend our position.
Mm.
Right? So when it was flooding, they went to the high place. And now that it's coming to rain down fire, they want to go to the low place.
Yeah.
And you believe them that they can save themselves and fly away and escape because they have money and they are hoarding these provisions to escape.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see that there is no escape for them. And you don't see that the Most High want them to have afforded themselves every possible creation to escape the wrath so that the Most High can prove to you that they cannot escape when he destroys them.
Right.
And the only people who will witness the salvation are those who work with me in this work. And you don't understand that the house of Ishmael, who was covenanted with us, has already joined in and they have their portion. You have to get yours, but you don't want to. You want to continue trying to do things another way than this one. Okay, we continue reading.
A tower of strength is the name of Allah.
Oh, we read that already. You got the next one.
What? Oh, we did. Okay. The fountain of a rich man.
You read that too. I was just explaining it.
Okay. Before destruction, a man's heart is exalted, but before honor is humility.
So, the same way rich people believe today that they are safe from destruction, their hearts are exalted. They become shameless in their wickedness. There's nothing wrong with doing this. You just a Bible beater. All right, no problem. I'm going to come over here. I'll live in the nation that doesn't do that. And will build here lawfully. That's the difference. That's why most of you don't want to come to the Middle East, because you become confronted with the literalness of the Most High's laws and you have to change. All right. Stay there. And for those of you who do come to do the honorable thing, you're going to have to admit you don't know, because you cannot try to procure the honor from outside and bring it in. So you're going to come in and be stripped. So if you had a title of prince, you get here, you're regular, and you have to take the steps to come up, proving loyalty, integrity, and that's above but bloodline, because everybody have the bloodline of princes of their father's house. Everybody that comes in. So now to be appointed a ruler over the family, you're going to have to do the ruler over the family's assignments. You're going to have to uphold honor, integrity, and the judgments, same as me. Nothing changes. Okay? So you have to get what it says to get, and then give it to who it's told to give it to at the time that it is appointed to give it. So you're going to need to relearn, because you've been out there debating. So you're a fool. And if you continue that way, you'll die with the fools. And that's what's coming. It's literally what's coming in a couple of months. Continue.
But before honor is humility. He who returns an answer before he hears, it is counted to him as foolishness and shame.
Okay. So he who returns an answer. before he hears, it is accounted to him as foolishness and shame. Okay? So most people think this is jumping the question. It's not. Okay? It's the person who has not sought out instruction. This phrase is in relation to Moses in matters of life and death. He said he was slow in matters of life and death, but he was prompt, very quick in matters of money. So he heard what the root cause of the judgment was about. So when I gave that story early in the class, the root cause of the judgment actually was about money. It was increased because of the conflict within the relationship. But the base matter was about money. So we were prompt, just give this judgment, pay, and be done. You go with what you have, and you go and give her this and go your way. And let this be done with you. It was a matter of money, right? The relationship, as foul as it was, the love triangle that was going on, okay? The man who left, he didn't desire the woman to be with her in marriage. And the other one who desired her, she only wanted to be with him to take revenge for the man who didn't desire her. And this all stemmed from fornication and taking women who are not to be approached. Let them go through the process of redemption. They must do it lawfully. So you get together unlawfully, it always ends unlawfully. But that wasn't brought in as the matter of judgment. It was a matter of money. So this here, we had heard what the matter was actually about.
Right. But that wasn't the purpose for.
Right. The rest of the story, we heard the fornication, we heard everything, because that's what it is, right? This is all fornication among fornicators, right?
Right.
But that wasn't what they come to the court for. The court was about the matter of the money. And the girl who is the fornicator, she's not under our people. She's not under our rule, our judgment. Okay?
Okay.
She's living out with these white people, and so she have the traits and attributes of the Nephilim. They date and they commit the Sharmut away. They make fornication. The sons that go out there and commit the fornication get themselves subject to the penalties. What was the penalty? You get entangled with this woman and she's complaining about money, you're going to have to pay something because she's under the Nephilim. You weren't supposed to touch her. Right? And these brothers, the same ones. There's all of these women here that yell to them from the women, I want to marry you. You don't want to take from the Muslims. You don't want the submitted women.
But you want the.
You go out for the whore. And then this problem come and you don't see how and where things go wrong. So this is what this is talking about you answer before you hear. So you have to listen to the problem, take your time, come back, look at this judgment, and then go back. That's what this is saying. It's not about jumping the questions. It's not about listening to long speeches and talks of explanation about why somebody did something. It's neither of those things. Although we do give you space to explain yourself and we do ask questions and we let you answer. It's not about that, because when the time of the judgment comes, nobody talk, because it won't change the judgment. Okay? So let me go back. What verse was that?
13.
13. Okay? And it is accounted to him as foolishness and shame. So the hasty judge who doesn't hear out the fullness of the matter and then come back and seek counsel and judgment in it, the judgment come back and he is made a fool of, and he becomes shamed. Okay? And this is any man, because every man is required to judge in judgment. Every man is required. Okay? But either he knows the counsel and he's come in to learn, and he learns it and then walks in it and goes through the lawful process of judgment. Okay, we listen to it, we come back, we look through the text and analyze, and then we give a lawful response. The man who comes in and learns, he will be rewarded because of his humility. He humbled himself and accepted himself as a student, forgetting what he was taught prior, to see and learn this pure before he make his comparison.
Wow.
The other one, oh, I got it already. I already read this. Oh, no, you just got to do this. You're jumping the gun, huh? Then foolishness and shame come to him. He never get promoted. He get put down to shame. He's a fool. Okay? Continue.
A man's spirit sustains his illness, but a downcast spirit, who will bear it?
So a man's spirit sustains his illness. There is no cure. Okay? Everything have a cure. But your spirit, because of what you feed your heart, because of how you think, your illness is sustained upon you. There is no cure. There is no remedy. Right? And the downcast spirit, there is who can take this? And you have taken it for 400 years. How much longer can you bear being in this condition? The downcast spirit, this is going all the way back to the reference made earlier in the verse about the restless man. The restless man has a downcast spirit. You cannot continue to live your life like this.
Yes, verse 1.
You cannot continue to live as a nation unestablished. The judgment has come up. The Most High, his countenance towards his people has changed. It's a downcast countenance. Now, how can you bear the downcast countenance of the Most High upon you? Because you continue in a unrighteous path with unrighteous people indwelling among them. If you're righteous, you have to move. And then you have to come learn, because you don't know any righteousness. You just know you want to be righteous. Continue.
The heart of the understanding acquires knowledge.
So the heart of the person who wants to get understanding, he will gain the knowledge. So it comes to fill the heart. It comes from the mind. You're going to have to receive this teaching and go over it over and over again. And you're going to have to come and work and hear it. And as the different facets come out, grab onto them and write them down and meditate on them. You will acquire the knowledge. Okay? And where do you get? You have to listen. Okay, well, I'll continue reading. It will explain.
And the ear of the wise seeks wisdom.
So you will hear it, then you will gain it, understand it. You will fill your heart with these types of thoughts and decisions, and you will speak it. and the wisdom is shown forth in your speech. Okay? I'm speaking wisdom. There's no double talking. I'm not doubling over nothing. I'm going straight. See, there's no perversity in my speech. Surely by now, if I was doing something wicked or I had some wicked agenda, by now the subject matter changed. But it don't. And it won't. Why? Because I have heard. Now you are receiving the judgment from a 7-year-long investigation. Okay?
Yes.
You are now hearing the judgment upon the nation after a 7-year-long investigation. Here is the judgment. Continue.
A man's gift makes room for him and lets him stand before princes.
So, people use this for talents and abilities. It's not that. It's not that. It is for the rebuilding of the sanctuary, the rebuilding of the nation. What a man comes in and gives makes room for him, and he will stand among the princes. It's for my brethren. All of them are princes. We are all together princes. However, in the set order of hierarchy, it is based upon merit. And so if you give a gift, no strings attached, and you do the meritorious acts, it will produce merit and honor for you to stand among the princes as a prince. But if you give the gift to be a prince, there's a string attached.
Right.
It will produce for you nothing because you're only trying to cover up the corruption which you seek to do. You want to be a prince because you want to be elevated. You want to elevate your door. You're not just trying to do the righteous thing because it's the righteous thing to do and just go through the steps, each and every one. I don't want to skip no step because I find out the thing you learn on step 3, you need on step 13.
Right.
Then you fail step 13 and you have to go all the way back to step 1 to figure out what lesson you missed.
Right.
Continue.
The one who comes first seems to be in the right in his legal dispute, but then his companion comes and prevails over him.
So the one who comes first and to file a complaint in the court always paint himself in the right. I said this before. There's a twist. They head in this way and you see some strange turn. He paints himself 100% in the right. The same thing like the girl. Then the other one, the companion, they were together. Now they fighting each other. There's a dispute. Now this one come and he going to tell all the evil of this one and paint himself in the right in defense. You know what? They both telling the truth. This one tell about what they did and what this one did, and this one tell about how he did it, what he did, and what the evil this one did. Told you. So when I give the story earlier, this is the judgment. Because Talaman's telling you. I told you in chapter 17 about it, and now here we are in chapter 18, and it says, yeah, this is how it goes. So we continue.
The lot puts an end to strife and decides between strong men.
Okay? So the lot puts an end to strife. Okay? Where the judgment falls
It's where it falls.
is where it falls, and it ends the fight. The fight is over when the judgment is given. Okay? And it decides between strong men. This man have his argument, this person have their argument, and when we give the lot to whom the lot falls, it ends the strife, and there's no more dispute. There is now peace between two men. The war is over. Okay? That's to whom the judgment falls. So this is how you are to learn to accept judgment. Because after judgment, we have to make some food and we eat, and everybody leave the decision that the court make. That's how it works with the men. When there's a woman involved, we always know. Unless this man has done that which is lawful and right exceptionally and has not had any involvement with this woman in any type of way, then the judgment will turn in his favor. It's a very rare occasion, right? Very rare.
A brother who is helped by his brothers is like a city, strong and closed like the lock of a castle.
Go ahead, explain it. Normally, I do all the explaining. I'm supposed to break it down, but I'm going to ask her to explain this. Since I've built up teaching in her, I want her to explain it and see where she come with. Let's see.
Our brother is here building and establishing to buy land so that we can return back to that which the instruction says to do. In order for him and the high priest to do it, you, who are the brothers, needs to take your diligently service wealth and take 1/3 of it and send it to Brother Ali so that we can buy the land, get the housing started, get the animals, and we can be about building our nation.
Right. Because when the brothers are working together, it's like a fortified city. So we're telling you the entire earth is run by families. Okay? Each family group formulates its race of its people after its own kind. Okay? So since it's like a city, the Most High is telling you now the same covenant applies. You join in, the brother who was reaching out to his brothers to come join in. The Most High says, this is the building of the sanctuary. This is the building of the safe place. It will be strong. It's closed. Right? I'm only talking to my brothers. It's closed. Nobody else can come in and receive a portion of this. Okay? You can come in and receive a benefit of coming in for your work, but you cannot take a portion. So it's closed. It's for the brothers. Right? Like the lock of a castle. So the castle is locked, closed, fortified, and no other nation can get in, and they cannot take the portion of the castle from the brothers. That's it. The kingdom. It's like a castle. So you cannot get in the kingdom. We can work together, we can help each other, we can support each other, but you just can't bombard in and take a portion from being an outside nation. So I'm only talking to my brothers. Told you, my people. It's closed.
Yeah.
The covenant of Abraham closed. It's only between the Ishmaeli and the Yitzhaki. It's a close. You cannot just come in. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you pray about and how much you sing over it. You're not getting it. It's closed. So I'm only talking to my people.
Right. And you're assisted and helped by your other brothers.
And that's what I said.
To do it.
To do it. I'm bringing all the brothers together. We'll be back after this. All right, and we're back. And during the break, my sister picked up what I'm putting down.
Yeah.
So you have the house of David
In the city of David.
and the city of David.
They're together.
The house of David and the city of David is one and the same. It starts with the brothers who join up with the house of David to begin to build redemption for the other brethren. So if you want to be of the house of David, it doesn't mean that you have to renounce your tribe or your blood genealogy, your lineage. It doesn't mean this at all. It doesn't mean a bit of it. You can be Asher, you can be Dan, you can join to the house of David and be accepted as a son, and then become a prince in the house of David, and then you'll be appointed ruler over your own brethren, and we work together to bring them in. So as I'm being a brother to you, I'm gathering who will come and do. And then through you, I help you restore your house, your brethren, your tribe, your people. There's nothing selfish about it. Each one restore the other. When we get Jerusalem back, you're not going to have Judah's land. We're not going to have nobody's land, just mine. But this is established because we begin to have an establishment for the people. You take the house, you start to get back Judah's land and Benjamin's land, then Judah and Benjamin can start to go on it. But you think they're going on it alone? No. They're going to take the neighboring tribes of that area, and then as they grow and get strong, it spreads over. This tribe goes to their land, and then they take the other tribes with them, and they spread more. You don't stop until everybody gets.
It appears that honestly they don't really have a clue the amount of land. You know what I mean?
Obviously.
They don't.
They obviously, because they don't know.
They don't
know because I didn't teach you. And yet I didn't teach you because that instruction is appointed after a certain amount of doing and understanding.
Yeah.
So you don't come, you don't do, you don't learn, you don't know, and you just don't. You don't live.
Yeah, they're just limiting what they call Israel today, which is Jerusalem, as just being the land. Nah, it's way more than you can imagine. Okay.
Continue.
From the fruit of a man's mouth, his belly will be satisfied, and from the produce of his lips will he be satisfied.
So, from what a man says, from what he speaks, from his judgment, okay, he's going to receive the blessing or the curse, right, of that decision. His mouth, every man, especially my brethren, every one of your lips also has divination on it. So if you don't say the judgment that is supposed to be said, then you speak and create the curse upon yourself. So you'll be satisfied, you will fill your belly, right? In the punishment that you have spoke about receiving. I don't see nothing wrong with, you know what I'm saying, with a woman, if she won't be with me, you know what I'm saying, she chose me. It's my turn. When you receive the specified punishment for this, the death that comes with it, then we don't want to hear you complain. We don't want to hear what you have to say about it. You understand?
Yeah.
Be satisfied with that. Go to the grave and go to hell straight. Well, I don't want to hear about you shouldn't be killing me. I don't have to die for this. This is not right. She was the. I don't want nobody want to hear that. Be satisfied because your unlawful judgment has rendered the blessing, the return and life, or the curse. You remain scattered and into death. Okay? That's it. Speak against what I'm saying because I'm poor and the Most High have a problem with you. Right? Speak against what I'm saying because I'm poor and the Most High have a problem with you. He don't have a problem with me. I'm not the suffering. Continue.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and he who loves it will eat of its fruits.
So if death and life are in the power of the tongue, this has nothing to do with being positive or negative. That doesn't exist. Either you are walking and speaking these judgments and doing them, or you're not doing them and speaking against them.
The divination.
I told you, it's the judgment. So if you agree with these judgments that Solomon said, you love Solomon. If you do what Solomon says and obey me, his son, and to achieve these goals, you love me and Solomon and will receive the benefit. However, if you go about this another way, you hate Solomon, you love death. There is one way. So this seal that Solomon has placed upon my lips is now transferred to you, and you have to constantly confirm that which I say by doing it, and you say it is right to do it, he is correct. You have to second it, or you die. That's death and life being in the power of your tongue. You will agree with me and the Most High's judgment, or you love death. It's not about going out and saying whether I'm gonna get a car, I'm gonna get a car, I'm gonna get a car. You pay for the car, you get a car. That just required work and payment. That was it. Now, the power in the tongue is in the judgment of the matter. What is the matter I'm talking about? The matter of your life and the matter of the future of the Itzhaki people. Notice I didn't say Israelite.
Right.
In this matter, your life, if you are of my blood and of my family, depend on you changing how you speak about me and whether or not you follow my judgments or not. Continue.
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and receives Allah's favor.
Okay, so this judgment is about the building of the family. Okay? And it begins with husbands and wives, not girlfriends and boyfriends, not dating, not in a relationship, not fornicating, and not adulterating. It begins with not doing any of that. Okay? So the only way to find a wife, you have to come here. Maybe you come with the wife you chose already. You're going to have a different set of issues than the man who come alone. Okay? And the law states in picking a wife for the man to choose from among the virgins. Maybe she wants you, maybe she don't, but you choose from the virgins. An investigation must be made on behalf of the virgin on whether or not you are suitable. What's the suitability? Well, it's not whether or not you're rich or poor. It's whether or not you're going to be righteous with this girl or you're going to get yourself led astray. How do we know? Well, we saw you flirting with the non-virgins instead of leaving them to go through their process and then make their own decision. So you're not suitable. You're just lusting out for anything and you have no self-control. You will not build your own house to even provide for her. Right? Just because you're poor doesn't mean you don't build a house. So there's a process for getting a wife lawfully. And when you get a wife, she will be from among the virgins. You will keep her, you will care for her, you will continue to walk in the law, leading in the law, not telling her how to lead in the law or telling her how she should be. You're going to be doing it lawfully yourself first. And then she's following after. That's all she got to do. Follow after. So you have to get proper education in being a husbandman, right? Proper education in leadership and farming before you can get a wife to cultivate. How long does that take? It's not long at all. It just depends on how hard-headed you are and how fast you're trying to move, because I find that those who try to move quickly always fail because there's no hustling, there's no hastening. You go through the process and you're being deliberate about your actions. So to get the Most High's favor, you go about the lawful process. If you go about it any other way, you're wrong. And you have not obtained the Most High's favor. He has reserved the wicked woman for you, the wicked man. Continue.
A poor man speaks supplication, but a rich man speaks strong words.
So the poor man speaks supplications. You know what supplications are? Let me help you. So supplication, see?
To ask for humbly or earnestly as by praying. To make a humble entreaty to beseech.
So I'm supplicating before you. And Moses supplicated before Israel in Egypt.
Sure did.
This is the only way. If you don't follow me, you will die here. If you don't obey what I'm telling you, the Most High will kill you in the plagues that are coming upon you in Egypt. They hearkened to Moses' supplication. Okay? Continue.
But a rich man speaks strong words.
The rich man speaks and he gives it to you under threat by force of the men he has bribed and hired to shed innocent blood on command. I discussed this when I was talking in chapter 17.
Sure did, sir.
Right?
Sure did.
I have no way to enforce upon you what I'm asking you. You must choose it of your own free will. If you do, you will become pure gold. Okay? If you are rich, rich men don't do this. They don't function this way. They operate in bribery and wickedness, hence the strong words. Continue.
There are associates who associate together, and there is a friend who clings closer than a brother.
So there's only two associates who associate together. So right now, if you consider yourself a person who desires to be righteous and to walk in uprightness, right?
Mhm.
You have to disassociate from the wicked. You have to get away from them. You have to come here to get into this, to build this, right?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you are an associate and you associate together with the wicked because you have disassociated from the righteous who is doing the righteous acts and the righteous deeds. Okay? So now, if you disassociate from the wicked, you will become friends in righteousness and you will cling closer than a brother. What brother? I have brothers, blood, but they have decided to become worshipers of idols
Mm.
and they associate among the wicked. My father, he told me to my face, listen, son, you have made the right decision and you have gone in the righteous path. I just can't do this. It is for you. I'm going to continue in my way.
Mm.
And he's a worshiper of idols. He cannot take it out here. It is hard upon him. He cannot function. And he knows that he was wrong. But the confession of the sin that he was wrong was not his repentance. He would not turn from his wickedness
Right.
to do that which is lawful and right. He just acknowledged it.
Mm. Hmm.
You see?
Wow.
So those who come out here and will do what I'm saying and what I'm leading you into the lawful service of the Most High, for real, in the land of the living, then you will become my brothers. Your loyalty, your integrity, your honor, all of these things will be multiplied upon you in exchange for the gift that you bring to make room for you
Mhm.
and the room for the next brother to come in.
Hmm.
This is what this is talking about. If you associate with the wicked, you're an associate and you associate together. You will be accounted among them. If you associate with the righteous, though he is a friend, a stranger that became a friend, you will build a bond together to become a house,
Mm.
and you will cling closer than your actual blood brothers.
Mm.
The righteousness will bind you. This divination, okay, that is on my lips. This is how the stick of Judah and the stick of Israel will get retwisted together.
Mm.
Okay? Starts with the house of David, extends to the house of Judah, and then the house of Israel will come, and we will extend this salvation and redemption to them, and the stick will unite and become one. Nobody tell you this. That's how you know I'm the real deal. Now, if somebody else said it and they out there with you and they're not doing it, they're not here, or even if they hear and now they want to repeat me, listen, disregard the foolishness. Leave the fool there. He have nothing for you.
Mm.
You will show up to the airport. He will not come get you.
Mm.
You will be stuck calling me anyway. All right. Anybody got anything else to say?
Mm-mm. That was all good.
So, in the back? No? So as per usual now, we are closing with those who wish to repent, Don't forget to give your offering and contact the high priest with your travel arrangements. Watch the Exodus Protocol. It is within the playlist of Seal of Solomon, Spirit of Wisdom. Okay? You'll see it. It has the only one with a different color. Okay? I did some AI picture thing to make it look weird, and I wanted it to stand out. So it's Yahya's Exodus Protocol. It is not my Exodus Protocols. It is what the Most High has called for. It is written lawfully in the books. However, I didn't go through all the laws, and I'm not going to go through all the laws because I have done that already, and you didn't listen. So now I'm just giving you the instructions, and either you listen or you die, because that is what the judgment is at this time. So now you will contact Ali. You will give your 30%, you will sell your goods, you will come, you will travel. When you arrive, you will give the rest as called for, and we will build. End the story. Okay? Cost me everything, cost her everything, cost you everything, everybody give everything, because we have to build very quickly and we have to build a lot.
Yes, fortified cities.
Yes. Okay? So, one step at a time, one day at a time. Accept this prayer of blessing that you may receive the mercy for your travels, that you may accomplish everything that is necessary for the coming out. If you don't make it, you didn't fool the Most High. He's the judge, not me. Okay? So, if you didn't come out, you need to assess your heart because you have some wickedness in there. Okay? Not because the Most High is hindering you, because you have some wickedness, you have some faulty judgment. You need to change. It's not anything else. One step at a time, one day at a time. Man, we at chapter 18. We only got
Yeah, we're going into 19 tomorrow.
we only got 12 more chapters to go. You know what I'm saying? I might finish this in the next week or two. Get a little bit of rest. You know what I'm saying? And just kind of prep for the work that's ahead. I know these classes are very long, and that's on purpose so that other people can get them and they can dice them up, they can study, they can gather the information, and I have the freedom to work from now until people start arriving, which is when they arrive. Because when people arrive, I have to start back at Exodus chapter 19 from the beginning. Back to the shallow end of the pool. All right? That's it.